109 players. 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Aleksandra Goryachkina. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Caruana, Praggnanandhaa, they're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
It's the fight for championship at the FIDE Women World Cup as 24-year-old, the very tricky, the very resilient, on our screen, Aleksandra Goryachkina takes on the superstar, 20-year-old Nurgul Salimova. It's going to be a big day of chess. Aleksandra already on the board, waiting for her opponent to arrive. The other matchup, a fight to play Magnus for the title of the World Cup, and it is going to be a tiebreaks between Fabiano Caruana and the powerhouse Praggnanandhaa. We are ready. The playing arena is all set. Less than 8 minutes to kick off. It's going to be Judgment Day in Baku. Simon, welcome everyone.
Hi Tanya, and hello to everyone watching. This is going to be exciting. It's the playoff day. So the chess is going to be quick, it's going to be fast, it's going to be exciting. We are going to have a winner of the women's section. So that is really exciting. By the end of the day, will it be the underdog, Salimova, or will it be the favourite, Aleksandra? We're going to find out whatever happens today. And of course, it's also going to be very interesting to see who faces Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, it's great commentating alongside you. Birthday girl, can I say that? And before we go on, how did you enjoy your birthday yesterday? You don't drink, I know that, so you've got a clean head. But did you have lots of cake?
Thanks for slipping that in, Simon. It was perfect. I had a day of commentary. Later on, had friends and family over and just a lot of cake, a lot of food coma with good Indian food. And I'm ready to start the action on the tie breaks. It's really a big day in Baku for the players, especially in the FIDE Women World Cup. It's championship day there. And let's bring up our tiebreak rules. We saw Aleksandra Goryachkina. She has been arriving early for every round, about 10 minutes before the start of the round, one of the first players to get into the playing arena, and it's been working to perfection for her. The tiebreaks rule remain the same as it has been throughout the World Cup. The players will fight in different time formats. It will be a best of 2 in each of them. We start with a 25 minutes with a 10-second increment every time a player presses the clock. In case that ends in a tie, we go on to the second format with just 10 minutes on the clock with a 10-second increment. The time control keeps reducing. If that one ends in a tie as well, we will have tiebreak number 3, again a best of 2 with only 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. That truly goes into the blitz zone. And in case that, Simon, ends in a tie as well, then it is the sudden death with only 1 game till a player wins. The first to win takes the title, and that's just a 3-minute with a 2-second increment. And this has been a swap from the previously used Armageddon in place of the 3 minutes with a 2-second increment. And I have to say, the way we've seen the games go, the way we've seen the matches go, I think all of us are really pleased about this change.
Yeah, it's a nice change. And one thing I've been a little bit surprised about on tiebreak days is that I think every day has gone down to that section. One game has gone all the way. I didn't expect that earlier on in the competition. I thought that the favourites would push their way through, but a lot of the matches have been so close to call, Tanya. And just springing to mind one player who's already had two very intense tie breaks is Pragg. I mean, Pragg. He played against Hikaru, of course, in a tiebreak, and against Erigaisi. So he's got a bit of experience under his belt, Tanya, already in this format.
You're absolutely right. And Fabi has actually just played one tiebreak this entire World Cup. It was against Mustafa Yilmaz. Fabi has played a total of 15 games so far in this World Cup with a score of 11.5. Pragg, on the other hand, because having played more number of games in the tiebreak, has played 22 games, has scored 14.5, both of them for the first time in their career in the semifinals. And it's a huge opportunity for them to fight for that title. But first, they need to win today. Not only will they get to fight for the title, Simon, but they secure their candidate spot 100%. It is the fight for third place for these two players. The one who does lose, well, Magnus said it, he's not going to play, but it's sort of still a bit of a technicality. He might change his mind, he might not. You want to get that 100% spot in.
Yeah, you do. You don't want to leave anything to chance when it comes to the candidates. So we're talking about the places that are going to be offered to the players in this tournament to play in what is really the most important competition of the year, the candidates competition, which decides who plays for the World Championship match. And at the moment, obviously, you have Magnus plus the three other players. And Magnus has said he's not going to play in the candidates. So it seems the three places are going to those players. But if for whatever reason he changes his mind, then one player could lose out. And that would be pretty horrible. So you just don't want to leave anything to chance, do you, Tanya? You want to grasp the opportunity and make your own destiny, which the players can do today.
A good place to start would be to arrive at the tournament hall. We're less than 3 minutes away from the clock starting, and still we just see a bunch of chairs. Fabi and Pragg yet to come. Aleksandra Goryachkina on her seat right now, waiting for Salimova to arrive. What's it like for you, Simon? Do you like to come early on, kind of settle in, or do you like to do the Magnus of just coming in the nick of time?
Tanya, I used to like coming early and then being at the board and concentrating at the board, trying to get into the right zone. So I try to actually get rid of the world around me to, get into a state of play. But I then found if I came to the board a bit early, it was a bit busy. I didn't like anyone taking photos, or I didn't like anyone milling around. It kind of put me off. So I started coming a bit later when there was no photographers. I've actually even told a photographer to go away before. Is that rude? I said,
so
no, I don't
rude,
want.
Simon.
I try not to be rude, but I just didn't want my photo taken. I said, look, please. That was a bit rude, actually, wasn't it? I mean, you should get your photo taken, but it must have been a rough night the night before. But in general, everyone has their own way to get into the zone, which is so important. You need to be in the right mind state to play. It's not talked about enough in chess, and we can now see another player. Is that Fabiano by the looks of it? Yep, Fabiano with his traditional white shirt and black suit there, looking a bit like a reservoir dog turning up. And here we have Salimova as well. So they're filling in now. Just Pragg to arrive, Tanya.
Just four players take center stage, but so much on the line. And there we see Nurgul Salimova adjusting her pieces. Fabi with his trademark take off the jacket when you arrive. Pragg also all suited up as always, is going to take off his jacket. He's mentioned that in the classical segment, he likes to keep the jacket on. I think it helps with the temperature. The tournament hall, the playing arena can be slightly cold. But with little time on the clock, you really don't want things coming in the way when you're making those moves.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want your sleeve knocking over pieces as you're banging out the king moves or something like that. I mean, look at them. They both they mean business, Tanya.
Oh,
you can tell
business.
they got their jackets off. They got the white shirts on. They kind of look identical. This is great. Yeah.
Simon, they're ready to go. They've got their jacket off, their white shirts on, ready to play their first moves. And I see you're ready as well. I hope you've got your mushroom tea, but I do see your mushroom t-shirt is on. I love it. The mushrooms are taking over today.
It's mushroom power all the way today, Tanya. I'm going to need my mushroom coffee and my mushroom, just my mushrooms to keep me awake and commentating at the top of my game, which is starting to sound really peculiar. But thankfully, they're off and they're starting to play. They've saved me there. And of course, it is rapid, so the moves are going to come in a lot quicker. And we can see them starting with the London system again, Tanya. So this actually occurred in Magnus Carlsen's game yesterday. Magnus with the black pieces there. And there Magnus played the bishop out, but in this case, the pawn has come out in a more traditional way. This is quite a standard London system we're seeing here at the moment, Tanya.
Yeah, absolutely. An interesting approach here by Salimova to play the London. We're seeing so much of this happen at the top level at these big stages. Earlier, an opening that was considered more of an online, a big surprise opening, or meant only for speed chess. But now we see it at the World Championship. We saw it at the classical segment, as you mentioned, Magnus employing it, many of the other top players. And it is the opening of choice for Salimova in this very, very critical matchup. There are different ways of approaching the London. You can decide whether you want to develop the knight to d2 or to develop it to c3. She goes the more traditional approach, keeping the c pawn flexible. You can later on move it to c3 or even strike in the center with c2 to c4 at the right moment. But you need to be a little careful because black is targeting with bishop f5. There are potential ideas of, at some moment, the knight jumping onto b4, the rook coming onto c8, hitting that c2 pawn. But so far, Simon, everything looks like a traditionally played London setup. And it's Salimova who goes into the first thing.
Yeah, this bishop f5 move, Tanya, this seems to be like the modern approach for the well-prepared players who want to get a solid position as black against the London system. And we see now Salimova playing a pretty, I say a modern move as well. This move, actually, bishop b5, has been played by some great players. It's been played by Fabiano Caruana, who played this. And after e6, this position has also been seen by a couple of games of Aronian. Aronian has played this twice with the white pieces and won both games. And I guess the idea of putting the bishop here is to gain control of this key square. Knight coming into this key square in the middle of the board is the main idea with the London system. This is one thing you really want to do. But black's idea, on the other hand, is to make sure the bishop is free. Freedom! And if that bishop was still back on c8, it would be trapped. It would be positionally bad behind the pawn. So this is why black has been putting the bishop on the other side of the pawn structure, Tanya. And this is kind of pretty common stuff. Do we have any more moves there? We do. The knight comes into the middle of the board. And this is still following Aronian's, the way that Aronian's played this position here. Queen b6 now being black's standard move.
I think that's important because the other move to defend the knight, if you go rook c8, you can come into big trouble. Queen b6 is on the board, but let's just show the problem with a move like rook c8. Knight e5 does come in with a trap. Rook c8 runs into knight c6. You have to recapture with the b pawn, and then suddenly the white bishops are in a bit of a power play with bishop a6, and black actually ends up losing an exchange. The rook only has the a8 square, bishop b7 comes in, and that's early disaster. So queen b6 is really the only way and the correct way, but also good enough for black to keep the balance. It defends the knight on c6, asks questions to the bishop on b5, also x-rays the pawn on b2, and very often things get messy with the move c4, and c4 is on the board.
Yeah, this is looking very interesting already, this position. And again, I'll just quickly check if we went again. Aronian is the guy who has had this twice, and he had this in the World Blitz in 2019, this position. And in that position, black took on c4. But you can see it's getting very tactical, Tanya, already, this position. And if black doesn't know the right way to proceed here, I could see black getting in a lot of trouble. And do we have a move from black? We do. So they're still moving very confidently here. And after c4, we see that black captures on c4 here. And now pawn takes c4. Bishop takes c6. B takes c6. The knight comes, captures, and now queen b5. And Aleksandra is playing very quickly here, Tanya. So you would have thought she has prepared this line very well. Maybe both players have prepared this line well, Tanya.
It's the kind of opening, the kind of approach with black. If you play this setup with bishop f5, which invites white to go bishop b5, it's extremely concrete. It's not your typical strategic positional London moves with c3, e3, knight d2, keeping everything solid, which is also not Salimova's style of play. So I think for Goryachkina, she could have very well preempted that this could be a possible way that Nurgül will approach the opening. And after knight c4, queen b5, extremely dynamic position. Bishop b4 check is a threat. I'm expecting white to short castle here, try and get the king to safety as soon as possible. But this one's already a very exciting outcome from the opening.
It is, Tanya. And actually, queen b5 is the first new move that I think has been played, in this position. And if we go back, previously, queen a6 has been played something like 4 times, as far as I can see, and queen b4 check has only been played once. Maybe the problem with queen b4 check is that white can actually either move the bishop or the queen there, and this is a problem with the c6 pawn. So queen b5, a new move, and as you say, I think Salimova will castle kingside now because of the ideas to annoy that king with a check. And that looks very, very common. But I think that Aleksandra's done her homework. She's come up with this new move. She must have prepared this quite interesting position. And they both have some interesting sort of, I would say, positives. For example, white has this lovely knight on e5, but black has this lovely square on d5. And black will probably shortly put a piece on that square as well. So quite an interesting start to the game, Tanya.
Very fascinating approach here. And as you mentioned, white's got this trump, the knight on e5, which targets the weakness in black's position on c6. But for Aleksandra as well, she does have this d4 pawn where she can set up play in the middle game once that rook arrives on d8. But first, the priority for the players here would be to complete that development. But a different approach here by Nurgül. Instead of going short castle, she first hits the queen move that Aleksandra just made. She plays the move a4. Again, we see that typical Salimova play here. Very direct, very straightforward. And whenever she has this option to go for these kind of direct lines, she always seems to choose them over the softer, safer approach. Not safer.
Yeah, no, I agree. And this is what I like about Salimova's play. She's so direct, and she will always test her opponent. I'm not entirely sure a4 is the best move. I've just noticed that this idea of queen b5 has actually been analysed by my friend Richard Palliser, an international master before. And okay, the queen doesn't come in with a check. It simply drops back. How do these two moves make a difference? We've got to ask ourselves. Maybe it doesn't make such a difference, Tanya. Maybe after castles, we're going to get a similar kind of thing. You could argue that white now has an idea of knight a5 attacking the queen, trying to take that pawn. So it could benefit white. But also, you do lose control of this square on b4 here. Are we still in preparation? Well, like I say, this position has never been seen before. Pretty convinced about that. So it might just be who has done their little bit of prep. But it seems fairly balanced, I think it's fair to say as well, Tanya. And white there, I think, castling. That must be the right move. I mean, just looking at it, though, Tanya, I'd rather be white at the moment because I'm castled. I know it sounds a bit odd, but it does take black 2 moves to castle. There may be a threat of the knight coming to a5. That is a potential idea. Let's say you go bishop e7, for example, which looks kind of logical, trying to castle. Well, then I go knight a5 and I take that pawn with an attack on the bishop. So where did she go with the piece? Okay, knight comes into d5 using that square in the middle of the board. They're both playing quite quickly. And here now Salimova has to decide where to move her bishop in this position. Bishop g3 kind of looks quite logical. But some other options there, Tanya, as well. Moving quickly, though.
Yeah. It's a very tricky position already because Black can't really finish development super easily. Let's say you go back, bishop g3. You need to be careful of this threat that you pointed out, the knight jumping onto a5. Not only is knight coming onto a5, once white's rook arrives on c1, it's already putting a lot of pressure, indirect pressure, on the c6 pawn. I would be a little worried about Aleksandra's position here, considering that she hasn't castled. The bishop on f8 is undeveloped. But the fact that she's got 24 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, it feels like she knows exactly what she's doing. And this is a position that she's familiar with. Bishop g3 looks like a very natural approach to me. You want to keep this bishop on this diagonal, indirectly also controlling the b8 square. It's the active spot. And now I'm just wondering, does Black have the possibility to finish development with a move like bishop b4? I really do not want to allow your knight jumping onto a5. And I really want to castle as soon as possible.
Yeah, I also agree. Bishop b4 looks like the most natural move in this position, but we can see the evaluation bar is not actually fond of this very normal move, because you want to control a5, you want to castle, and the reason it doesn't like this normal move is because of queen b3, and queen b3 developing the queen is a very uncomfortable pin on that bishop, because we renewed the threat of knight to a5. You can't take the knight because of the pin, and potentially even, Tanya, knight to d6 in this position. So where did she...
very interesting. It's a different move from Nurgul. Instead of falling back with the bishop to g3, she goes bishop d2. So stopping any bishop b4 ideas anyway, and really eyeing that a5 square. What Salimova wants to do is to make sure that Aleksandra cannot complete her development easily. And it's also really asking questions, because knight a5 is a big scary threat on the board now.
It looks like a really scary threat, and we're going to see just how well Aleksandra has now prepared this position, because, again, without preparation to our eyes, and it should be clear, I think, to most people, Black is in a bit of danger here. And the danger is the uncastled king, the fact it takes 2 moves to castle that king. But where do you put your bishop? Because if you go bishop e7, which might be playable, Tanya, but you have to work out what happens, let's put it on the board, with white going knight a5. Because this, again, like I say, it may be playable, but if you haven't prepared this, it looks really scary, Tanya. Let's have a look. Can you now take on b2? Maybe it's just okay. And let's potentially look at the most obvious move, taking on a6. And I suppose here, Tanya, we can see one of the advantages of the knight being here. At last, Black can castle. If Black can castle here, I'll be very scared, but maybe Black is okay after castling, Tanya, just getting that king to safety. I mean, there's obviously many other moves that both sides could have played in that sequence, but just to demonstrate this line could be all right for Black. I mean, we could.
And it might happen because bishop e7 is on the board.
It's on the board.
And after knight a5, Black really doesn't seem to have anything better to do than to capture the b2 pawn. So this is going to get a lot of fun. It's already a lot of fun, this position. Should we just take this moment to check in with our other big game? Let's bring up our Praggnanandhaa taking on Fabi with the black pieces. This is the current position. Wow, this looks equally fascinating with Black striking in the center. How did we get here? Was it an Italian?
It looks like an Italian. So we have Fabiano with the white pieces against Pragg. And so far, Fabiano has been getting a bit of a small advantage against Pragg out of the opening. And as you say, it's the Italian, which generally starts at bishop c4. Many of the top elite players play this variation after bishop c5. And now a couple of moves, c3 being one of them, hinting at d4. But Black counters by attacking this pawn, d3. And one of the things I find a bit strange about this is that I know a lot of amateur players try to replicate playing in this way. And I wouldn't really recommend that unless you do a lot of work, because we've talked about this before, Tanya. The positions are very subtle. They are really, I mean, you can really improve your chess if you start understanding them, but you have to have a great deal of knowledge to understand the maneuvering that goes on. Black plays h6, potentially potentially taking away the bishop coming to that square. I think this is an approach that Pragg has played before. White castles, black now develops. Rook e1, standard move for this position, protecting the center. And of course, you have to castle. White stops anything coming to g4. a6, very normal move in the Italian. The bishop wants the a7 square, for example, at b4. White gains space. The bishop pops back. White develops the knight. And a nice maneuver here. This is a maneuver which you must know about if you're playing these positions as black. Knight to e7. I've seen many great games with this maneuver. The knight aims to come around this way because white's knight often aims to get to a similar square by doing a similar maneuver. But you also make way for c6 and potentially d5 in the middle. The bishop gets out of harm's way. It can always avoid any tempo losses. Black's knight does pop over. White's knight starts its journey. c6, preparing the central push. And you see they're both playing in a very standard way here. Black gets the break in the center in. Bishop e3, trying to remove that now quite strong bishop of black's. The bishop comes back to b8. They're obviously in theory here, Tanya, so I'm going to get to the current position. Bishop c2. And these are the kind of moves I find very hard to play, Tanya, right? I mean, this is why to understand this opening, when do you put the bishop on c2? When do you put the bishop on b8? They're not that logical unless you know it very deeply. And here, black wants to keep his bishop on. White also just wants to defend his center a little bit more and get ready to potentially open things up. So black puts his rook on a better square. White gains space on the queen side. That b6 square is very useful. The bishop attacks that pawn. White defends that pawn. Pragg finishes development with bishop e6. And while we look at this position, I'll just try to update and see if we've had any games played so far in this, Tanya. But your initial thoughts about this?
Yeah, I think everything that you said, I agree with all of it. But important to point out that bishop c2, the move that you were talking about, when to play, it's all directed with the idea that you want to push d4 with white. So you want to keep that e4 pawn defended. But Pragg has handled that issue really well with the well-timed rook to e8. If we can just show that one for a moment, that when bishop c2, rook e8 happened. And the point is that now white can't really get the time to play d4 because black trades on d4, picks up the knight on g3, and the e4 pawn falls. So they're kind of playing against each other's idea, and that's what the Italian's about. It's a lot to do with prophylaxis as much as trying to get your ideas in. You want to make sure that either of these sides don't get these breaks easily. So bishop c2, rook e8, all very well timed. a5 is the other way that white continues to try and gain more space on the queen side, and that's the hook that Pragg uses to finish this sort of a cramped setup on the 8th rank, as we're seeing. I still think it's going to be a bit of a fight to try and get d4 in, but white needs to make sure that first the center is absolutely safe. So bishop d2 falls back with the bishop so that rook on e1 can overprotect that e4 pawn. I'm expecting the queen from d1 to either move to e2 or to b1. I would prefer to put it on b1, b2, connect my rooks, because queen e2 just feels like you're landing up on the same line as your opponent's rook here. And once all the pieces are in their ideal situation, it's going to be about whether white can play d4 or not.
Very nice explanation, Tanya. And I was just trying to update what has happened in these positions so far. And actually, Goryachkina versus Korobov in 2021 followed this all the way up to, I think, bishop e3. So it looks like the first new move over the board has been bishop e3, Tanya. Goryachkina against Korobov, two very strong players in that encounter, actually took a different route here with black facing the move pawn takes d5. So white giving up the center immediately. And Goryachkina's idea with this capture was that after black took, and you can see there's potentially a pawn on pre, but when you take that pawn, black often gets very active counterplay. And in this position, there's a tactic. I can show it. You can't really take this pawn because the tactic will occur on f2. And this is a horrible move because if you take it, the queen comes out to f6, and this forks the rook and the king. So that's to be avoided. But the way Goryachkina played this after knight takes d5 was to counterattack with d4. And this, again, is another approach. And in that game, Korobov seemed to actually hold the balance pretty well, just so we know other ways to play. But bishop e3 is kind of keeping that tension, Tanya, right? As you've mentioned, and keeping things, in for later on, keeping the opening of the position for later on. And let's keep looking at now the current position after bishop d2 and bishop d2. Yeah, I mean that's the kind of move I would not logically be drawn to, Tanya, but it's I guess a move which just keeps control, right? That's the idea in this position.
And you're kind of opening up your rook on e1. You're eyeing that e5 pawn, so sort of tying down black to always keep in mind the threat of e takes d5 and a potential take on e5 at the right moment, so black's pieces are more tied down to defending that. You're also overprotecting your own e4 pawn, and I think it's the kind of move that makes a lot of sense once black's bishop is not on the a7 g1 diagonal. You protect your own queenside pawn chain. You put the bishop on a square that allows the activity of the rook, but it's going to be about finding a good square for the queen. You really want to connect your rook and finish development. So I'm really interested to see how white actually manages to do that. Will he put the queen on e2, or will it take the route from b1? And maybe even look at some counterplay on the queen side, potentially getting in c4 at a good moment.
Yeah. A lot of maneuvering, aren't there, in these positions? These positions, they're very interesting to play because it's quite closed at the moment, but it's that tension, that tension in the middle. It can explode at any moment. I mean, we saw Goryachkina taking on d5. That is one way, then playing d4, and all of a sudden the position opens up. You can see black maybe taking on e4 and trying to do something on the d file, or even pushing d4. White might push d4 straight away. So there's a lot of moves in the center that you have to look at every single time you play something, because you've got to make sure when the position changes, when it transforms, that it transforms not to your disadvantage and that you're well positioned there. I mean, my first thought of this structure, Tanya, the current position, and I don't think we have any more moves, is that black should be absolutely fine. Which is not surprising. The Italian black normally is absolutely fine. I don't see really any problems. Black's developed all of his pieces. He's actually got a decent center, and things look all right. But I guess it's going to come down to more to experience and maneuvering here. Who will now play the middle game better? That's what's going to decide this one.
Especially in the Italian, black is absolutely fine once you get in the d5 break in. That is such a key break for black to kind of get the space neutralized, get the pieces moving. And it looks like Pragg has managed to do that. It's such an interesting clash, this one, Simon. Fabi versus Pragg. It's sort of like a clash of generations. Both these players extremely strong when it comes to these faster time formats. Fabi has really worked on that over the last few years and upped his game. We've seen him in the Champions Chess Tour. He's made it to so many finals, as well as with Pragg. He's had some amazing performances in speed chess. Fabi also won a medal in the World Rapid in Kazakhstan in December 2022. So it's really a close match to call. And I'm just, I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What do you think? If it was to further go down, with less time on the clock, who does that favor?
That's a good question, Tanya. I mean, I think it's, as you basically said, a very close match. And Fabi has worked really hard on his rapid and quicker time controls in many events online, many chess.com events and other events. And a lot of people were doubting his speed chess when he lost to Magnus Carlsen, the World Championships, when the time limits got dropped. But I don't think you can really blame him for that. And he's proven since then that he is a very good player when the time limit is quicker. But so is Pragg, right? I remember a funny story. Pragg playing the London Classic, and they just changed up the rating system. So I think Pragg was an international master maybe at the time, and he was playing in the tournament in London, a rapid tournament, as an international master. But I don't think he played any official rated rapid game. So his rating was 1600. And this, and he was an international master. And I think our friend, I think it was even David Howell, had to play him. And David Howell had to play Pragg. They were in classical chess similar rating, but in rapid chess, David was 1,000 points higher than him. So it was rather unfair, that one. But they've both had a lot of experience in the quicker time limits. And to come back to your original question, when the time limit gets quicker, I have to go for the younger player, just because they, maybe they're a little bit sharper. Who's Pragg? But that doesn't always pull true.
I think with the form that these two have been playing the World Cup in, probably the best in their life right now. Just amazing shape the players are in. This match, it will be decided in those time scrambles. They haven't made mistakes. Fabi has had that slight edge with in the opening, out of the opening, but Pragg has had amazing defensive resources in both the classical games. Pragg has also knocked out greats like Hikaru as well as Arjun. Fabi hasn't lost a single game in this World Cup so far. It's a really close match, and I think it will come down to nerves and who kind of makes that last mistake when there are seconds on the clock. And just trying to, keep control of the fatigue, the nerves, the tension of the stage that they're playing in. We do have some moves. Praggnanandhaa lined up the queen and the bishop with the queen to c8, so kind of always hinting at a potential sack on h3. Not right now, but somewhere in the future. Again, Fabi has to watch out for these ideas, especially if the kingside knights can also jump forward and assist the queen. In return, Fabi also plays a queen move, and this is what we were discussing. How does he finish development? He chooses the square e2, which to me felt that you're kind of lining up against your opponent's rook. Is that a good idea? But perhaps it also comes with the concept that at any moment, this queen can even fall back to f1. You not only keep your king side guarded, eventually you're looking at rook d1, and once again, trying to get that d4 break in at the right moment.
Very tense situation, Tanya. I mean,
very tense. Not a single pawn. Nothing's been.
It's weird, isn't it? Nothing at all has been traded, Tanya. Not one pawn, not one piece, and that is gonna just again that tension behind the position is great here, isn't it, Tanya? I mean, my original. If we try to look at the position, we just analyze a couple of maybe one move. Okay, I can understand Pragg has just put his bishop on d6. I was thinking is knight f4 even an idea, trying to force the situation. I guess the players don't really want to force the situation so quickly, but this is the kind of move which I would probably not play because I quite like my bishop on c7. Is the bishop going to go back to f8 to try to secure things over there? Are they just going to try to sort of jostle around with their pieces now, Tanya?
And Simon, I'm just wondering, it's all about pawn breaks in these Italians. I've been talking about the d4 break, but the last move by Fabi, queen e2, does it also hint at the potentially the other break that we were talking about, the c pawn moving forward? You really want to force your opponent to take a decision in the center. You want the trades to happen in your own terms. White never wants to take on d5, giving full control of the center to black. E takes d5 is not a move that you want to consider. Black would have a number of pleasant ways to recapture with a piece or even the c-pawn. I like it with the c-pawn. You take more squares, you take more space. But on the other hand, what white wants is to make black decide what to do with that d5 pawn. And a move like c4 to me would be quite tempting because I'm starting to ask questions. Not only to the d5 pawn, but I'm also hinting at either going c5 or maybe a b5 break. It's such a flexible position. And for Pragg, how does he answer this kind of a move?
Yeah, I like it. I like your idea. I mean, if it doesn't do any harm to your position, which you have to be a bit careful when you move pawns because you weaken squares, but this square that you've weakened is not a problem because no black piece can get to it. And it hints at these ideas of capturing at the right time on d5 or maybe just gaining more space with c5. So I like this move. And how would Pragg answer this? It's a good question, Tanya. I mean, it's really hard to know when black should open things up and close it down. I mean, d4, to my eyes, doesn't look like a terrible move, but you suddenly lock the position. So all those pawn breaks now kind of disappear. And maybe here, white would come. Okay, do we? I see. You said, "Oh my
No,
orders."
yeah, I said, oh my God, because, while you were
Yeah.
breaking down the intricacies of this positional strategic fight, Simon, I also have my eye on the other big matchup.
I think we have to go
And
there.
I think we have to, because
Yeah.
that position is absolutely fire.
Yeah.
This one, it's kind of a really blocked position that will evolve to be something, but we've got a few moves. By the way, I did see Fabi reach out, and I think we might even see C4 on the board in that one. But a lot has happened here. And let's get up to date with the current position, because it's an exciting one.
Yes, definitely. So the last time we had a look at this, it's Bishop E7. Obviously, the moves are coming much quicker and faster today in this tie break, and this is going to decide who the champion is. And I really actually like White's move, because we're analysing lines with Knight A5, but Queen takes B2 is always an issue. So White played B3, just said, why am I giving you that pawn? I'm not going to give you that pawn. And that renews the threat, Tanya, of Knight to A5, because let's say Black now castled, which may have been possible, but this would have allowed Knight to A5. There's no Queen takes B2, so Black has to sacrifice a pawn here. Wherever the Queen goes, you lose a pawn. So maybe castles just wasn't possible. So instead, Rook C8 played, guarding against this very annoying threat of the Knight coming here. But as you mentioned before, Tanya, you're on point today. Rook C1, and this renews the threat of Knight to A5. Black didn't find any better way to deal with it, so decided to push on C5. But the problem with a move like this, your king is in the middle and you're opening the position. So you have to be very careful. And here, in actual fact, there was a strong idea, White capturing on C5, but we will stick with the game because they're coming quite quick and fast. Knight A5 played, bit of a missed opportunity, but a very logical move. They're out of theory now. The Queen moves to A6, and now the right idea is found, taking on C5. Black has to take this pawn back, otherwise it's just going to win the game. It's far too strong. So Rook takes C5. White now captures on C5. If Black is able to castle here, I feel that Black may well be okay. So can White stop that idea in this position? White needs to strike quite quickly before Black can consolidate. But there's many ideas here, Tanya, isn't there? I mean, Salimova is a very aggressive player.
I love how she's made sure with every move that Black is unable to complete development. Every single move has been such an energetic one, putting on a threat and just ensuring that Aleksandra's king stays in the center. Now, to my eyes, the way to continue would be start pushing that B pawn. I don't want to give you that move that you're talking about, Simon, to let you go castle and kind of just... Let's not forget, long term, Aleksandra's got the bishop pair here. If she's able to finish development and kind of just consolidate the position, Black might even end up starting to get a little better. So White has to keep the energy going in this position. And B4 comes with a tactical trick. Yes, there are two pieces that Black has that defend that square. But Simon, are you going to be brave enough to try and take that pawn?
Oh, hell no. No way. I mean, I love your idea, Tanya, because I was also looking at this queen and where it could go. And if my queen gets to D7, it's goodbye.
Ooh, it's on the board, Simon.
She's
B4 played.
Great. I love this idea. Salimova playing great chess so far. Let's just show the point. So if Black takes this pawn with either piece, Black just simply loses, because you will recapture on B4, and Black, well, okay, it would be the same the other way around. Queen D7, and that could be the finish that wins the World Cup. And it's not just a check. You have two ways to checkmate here. It's always nice to have that choice in life, isn't it, Tanya? And Queen takes F7.
Best kind of choice.
The best kind of choice. Two checkmates. So you can't actually take that pawn, and this is certainly the right way to play B4, because again, as Tanya said, you can't. I mean, the Black king is not castled, so let's try to push as much as we can. And we got B5 maybe coming next move.
Yeah,
and
I love it.
This looks.
Good first question: where do you put your bishop?
Good question, because if it goes to E7, I won't put it there, because a knight. Let's just show it. If it goes to this square, I feel that a knight C6 is going to have tactical chances against that. I'll play B5 next, always. Where does the queen even go here? This is another problem. If the queen ever goes to b6, you're not going to castle easily because of knight d7. So I'll put this knight on that square. And it seems to me like black's position is really on the verge of just being disastrous here. Because
and Aleksandra answers the question for you. Instead of going bishop e7, I think this is so dangerous, as you're mentioning, with the knights jumping in. She falls back with the bishop to b6, attacking that knight on a5, keeping this bishop on the diagonal to try and create some threats on f2 at some point. But even in this position, Simon, you could start with b5 and plant your knight on c6. b5, queen c8. Luckily, black does have a square for the queen.
Only one square available, though, and it's not the most, the most inspiring square on the board. So yeah, I love your b5. Is there any way we can stop black castling? This would be the way my brain's working. I mean, queen h5 is kind of like a nice move to play, but it encourages black to castle, right? I mean, I don't think I'm going to be able to get queen f7 to check in against every idea that black plays.
But Simon,
yeah.
I think actually b5, knight c6 does discourage, and as she's reaching out, b5 played. Knight c6 does discourage black from castling, because not only have you pushed b5 after that, the a pawn's going to start marching forward. So let's say you go knight a c6.
Yeah. And she has.
And now if you go short castle, white's got the option to go a5. This is starting to look terrible for black. I would be very scared for Aleksandra right now.
Yeah, 100%. And you've also even got little ideas like bishop b4 here. It might not work, but there's only one piece defending against this big idea of knight e7. So as black, you've got to keep an eye out. A move like bishop b4 could just win the game immediately. Let's just show the tactic. If you take that one, you lose control of e7. So we allow this check here. But your idea, I think, is stronger than that, Tanya. And that is, and black has castled. I think black's got a castle, Tanya. Yeah. Whether it's good or bad, you've just got to play it.
Absolutely.
And what about a5 immediately? As you say, I mean, this is just so blunt. And this is the way, that Salimova plays.
Screaming to be played.
Yeah.
You really want to get that a pawn going. The bishop has to stay in contact with the a7 pawn. The one good thing that Aleksandra is doing is that she's playing fast. Like you said, good or bad, she needed to castle. Not spend too much time trying to calculate bishop b4 or a5. She has to put pressure on Salimova's clock. That's the only thing that's going for black's position here. Now, if you have to keep contact with that a7 pawn, bishop to c5 feels like the move in the position. And I see it's not the correct one. What's the problem with this? Does white have a tactical blow here?
It might not be even an immediate tactical blow, Tanya, but it might just be the fact that the bishop is now lined up on the same file as the queen. And what piece works really well on files is a rook. So, wherever I move my queen, rook c1 could just be a killer, because you can't stabilize the bishop here. There's no pawns to back that bishop up, stabilize the bishop. So if I played a move like queen b3, for example, and rook c1 next, it might just be winning the game, because I'll just put a move on the board, not a very good move, but just to demonstrate the idea. Rook c1, that bishop has to move again. Where does it move? Well, let's say it goes here. You can even go knight e7 check and win the queen for a rook and a knight, which is normally good enough to win the game. So this is a big. Has she played a5? Let's just see if we have any more moves. And
she's still thinking, because pleasant choices here. Like you said, bishop b4, also very tempting to play. I would play a5 without spending too much time. She's hitting the 5-minute mark. Either of these two moves keeps quite a bit of the advantage for her, but she needs to take that decision quickly. I'm wondering if she's thinking about getting that rook to c1 already. Even queen b3, rook c1. It just feels like such a dominating position for white, keeping all the threats on the board. But knowing Salimova's style, I feel it's going to be one of these direct options. Either she's going to hit the bishop or the rook on f8.
Yeah. But actually, nearly every move looks nice and white now. The more I'm looking at this, I'm trying to find a bad move, and I can't find one. So, okay, another, I think, very logical idea. The queen comes the other way. Maybe b3 was a better square. We can see the evaluation bar dropping a bit, but f3, very human move. The simple idea, rook c1, knight e7, check. And this rook on c1 is fantastic. You always have the threat of a5, and there might even be a queen takes d5, and in some positions where you have knight e7 check following up. So I'm just going to show a tactic where that works. I'm going to play some bad moves for black. And in this position, for example, queen takes d5 would be a winning tactic, because if you took on d5, the knight comes in here with the rook backed up behind it. You just win a piece, you win the game. So this is one of the ideas with queen f3. And all these threats remain, Tanya. a5, rook c1, knight e7 is in the air. Black's only positive thing is that knight in the middle. But this is a really tough position for Aleksandra, and she's got the time, though. This is her edge. She's got the time advantage, but how is she going to dodge these moves here? I would not like to be in black's shoes at the moment.
It's starting to look super scary for black. The first thing that she does is trying to kick that knight from the center, f6. I don't care what the eval bar says, but I think it's a good approach. You can't just play slow moves. You need to try to push white's pieces back. And f6 does hit the knight. Salimova reaches out for it and chooses the c4 square, I believe. Knight to c4 has been played. Again, a5 is a big threat on the board. Knight is also threatening to come into d6. Now, notice how the e6 pawn is overloaded, not only guarding the d5 knight, but the bishop on f5. So knight d6 is a threat that you always need to watch out for.
Still very tough position for Aleksandra. And I suppose in her favor, she is keeping that time advantage. And, you know...
And Simon, right now, bishop b4 is a big threat as well. Because let's say if you make like a non-move, and you've been pointing this out for a while, but it's just such a big power move now. Bishop b4, if it was white's move, you can't capture it with the knight. If you don't capture it with the knight because there's a fork on e7, you have to move the rook somewhere. The rook moves, knight d6 jumps in, winning the piece, winning an exchange.
Yeah, bishop b4 is another problem that black has to deal with here. So I think you must cover this square. I think you must stop the idea of the white bishop moving in here. So let's also get our queen out of the way of a fork and play a move like queen c7 maybe. The problem with queen c7, maybe my bishop can't retreat this way. And,
I like queen d7 maybe more.
Yes, that looks a bit more harmonious as the bishop can drop back, right? And this does seem to stop the threats for now. This is a much better square for the queen. The rook also has a bit more leg room on the back rank. White must be better because of this knight, and also the other knight and the queenside majority. At any moment, white can push a5 and just try to get some initiative going over there. But has she played it?
Bishop c5 on the board, so still controlling the diagonal and also the d6 square. But this invites the other idea that we've been talking about. Get that rook on c1, line it up with the bishop and queen, creating more potential tactics and threats in the position. And it's not about falling apart in one move or blundering, but this constant pressure and incremental pressure is what wins games at this level.
Yeah, 100% agree, Tanya. And it's really difficult to play these positions when you're defending every move. And this is the problem that Aleksandra's in. She's got to, I think, now keep up her tempo. What a move. What a move, Tanya. I would not play that move. I would have played your rook c1 move immediately because it just improves the piece. But I think this could be a killer. It could be a killer move because it's breaking down, I feel, this knight and even the bishop, allowing the white knight's access to both of these two squares. This is a fantastic move. If black takes it, the white pawn also becomes mobile, and it could be a killer. I mean, let's have a look, Tanya. Let's say you go knight takes e3, maybe the most logical move here. Well, I do have a choice. Pawn takes, maybe also knight takes is not ridiculous in this position. Because I'm threatening then to take your bishop, and I'm threatening rook c1. Maybe that's the move. Rook c1 and knight e7. And even though you've got the two bishops, the white knights dominate them. And I think this idea of rook c1 is horrible, right? And also I'm threatening knight takes f5 and queen d5 check, winning a piece. So, you know, yeah, sorry, Tanya, have you got any way you can try to wriggle out of this one? Doesn't look easy.
I'm just so impressed with bishop e3. and the speed with which it was played. Rook c1 just felt like such a natural sort of a human move with 4 minutes on the clock. But understanding that that bishop on c5 and the knight on d5 are the two key defenders in black's position, and you're kind of forcing a trade-off of one of them. With this move, bishop e3, not only forcing a trade-off, you're potentially getting another piece into the attack, and that piece might be the f2 pawn. For example, if black was to trade with the bishop, I think you're totally right. F takes e3, loses on the spot. It just feels like way too many threats. E4 is coming in, or maybe it's not the most accurate trade I see, but this would be super scary to face. Knight d6 coming in, e4 coming in, a7 pawn hanging. You're bringing all your forces into the game. On the other hand, if you take with the knight on e3, which I think might be the only way that Goryachkina keeps the game going, I'll be surprised if I see knight e3 is super strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually, the more I look at this, I was thinking always pawn takes, but then I was thinking, hang on a minute, this knight taken in both those situations, Tanya, it is actually tactically becoming quite clear that it's actually just going to end the game. For example, bishop takes e3, we go knight takes e3, the black knight overloaded. You can't take on e3 because there's always this big check crushing the game. So we're sticking with this game.
Out. Simon, if you go queen d7 after bishop e3, knight e3, trying to sidestep with the checks, it really doesn't help because white just continues going knight d5, e d5, queen takes f5. You sacrifice your queen.
And you know what, Tanya? You have two beautiful ways of doing this. Let's show this one. You have knight takes d5. Tanya points out this beautiful tactic. Pawn takes. Is black defending? No. Kaplonk. That's a kaplonka. And after queen takes, the knight, which is the killer, the master destroyer, comes to e7 and checks. But also, if you want to mix that tactic around, you can take on f5. And after pawn takes, double kaplonk. You can do it this way around.
With a check.
And a check is nice. And that is another big check. So bishop e3, what a move. We have a move on the board. Knight takes e3.
Very nice, because bishop e3 would have lost on the spot, as we saw. Knight takes e3, she finds it, and then immediately Salimova recaptures with the knight. Another great capture, and Goryachkina just sidesteps any forking ideas on e7, goes with the king to h8. And I see the Evalbar still, of course, says that white is close to winning, but I like king h8 because you don't immediately lose to anything. I would still be tempted to make a move like rook c1, get that rook into the game. Rook c1 or rook d1 are ideas that come to my mind. But Salimova continues to play direct chess, trades on f5, but she's got to get that rook into the game.
Yeah, and also the queen might better slide in as well, you know, because the knight and queen dominating really well. Look at the bishop, Tanya. The more we look at the bishop, we can see it's just not stable. It can't really go anywhere. If it goes to b6, a5, where can that bishop go? And the queen just dives in immediately.
She does it.
Unbelievable play. And this bishop, is it? I mean, like, let's say you go here, for example.
a5.
I go a5. You go to this square. Maybe now I can just be greedy and just take there and go b6. Is it as simple as this? b6 next and you resign. Could well be. And I think Salimova is playing a fantastic game so far. This just looks just absolutely game.
You can get bishop takes h2, king takes h2 and your own tactics in, but it's not going to help. I think that position is absolutely lost because of the a and the b pawn that white has are just super strong. And look at black's pawns on the king side, 4 versus 2, but those 2 pawns can totally handle the 4 pawns, while these are unstoppable. We might see this being played out because queen d5, bishop b6, the only retreating move for the bishop. The bishop was pretty much trapped otherwise. It actually was after bishop a3. There were all these ideas of rook a1. So there's no other kind of move that you have with a7 falling as well. Bishop b6, a5 is coming in. 3.5 minutes to Salimova. I know she messed up a big advantage in the second classical game, but this one, Simon, I think she's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, I'm not going to say in the bag because I mean I can't do it. I mean, like,
in the bag.
it's like, you know, putting chess games in the bag is so hard when there's so much pressure. And I think in a normal time limit game with less pressure, it would be in the bag. I would go for that with a player of Salimova's class. But I think, you know, just with the pressure, you know, is it
in the hand?
It's in the hand, nearly in the bag. It's nearly at the checkout desk, but it hasn't quite gone through the checkout till yet. And I don't know what I'm talking about now, but yeah, it's sort of it's nearly there. Okay, she has played a5. I mean, do we reckon it's in the bag, people? The bishop does go to c7, and now White can just simply, I think, take. There might be something more clever than taking there, but there was a good bit of advice that Britain's first ever grandmaster Tony Miles once said, and Tony Miles once said, "Simple is good." Yeah, if you've got a good position, why complicate it when you can go simple? She does just take the pawn. She's played like so well in this game,
my God.
Tanya.
It feels flawless. I mean, that move bishop e3, it kind of ends everything on the spot, not making these hand moves, these natural looking moves, but just going for the most direct way, going for the straightforward kill. And it feels like a flawless game to me, start from finish.
Yeah, it does. I think she's played unbelievable chess, and the queen goes to b8. Yeah, but this is only, you don't even have to worry about this pawn, as you pointed out, Tanya. It's not a concern, is it? I mean, you can. The only thing Black might try is check in and bring the queen in. So let's just show that. Let's say I go b6. I'm going to go kamikaze as Black now, because the good thing about having a lost position, Tanya, is that you don't have to care as much, right? Let's get the queen in. I want to go queen h4, and this
Can I go g3?
Yeah, but against g3, I'm definitely taking that one.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, because my rook on f1 is hanging, so it's so easy to fall for these things.
Yeah, I didn't even see the rook.
Queen f4, by the way. Yeah, I didn't either at first. I just thought fg3, and there's no way that you can actually give a perpetual. But queen f4 on the board, so there is an idea. Maybe you just go... Oh, how do you actually...
It's slightly different, though, because Salimova brought the knight to a more centralized square. So it's a little bit different. And we have queen f4 played on the board.
And Simon, the easiest thing for White might be to just go queen f3, queen h3. Get your queen to defend.
I love it. I love it. I mean, all you need to do, and this is a very human move, get the queens off. Just get the queens off, because Ari and Barry, they are going to come booming down the board, kaplonking on the final row. A queen f3, I love it. And the point is, if queen h4, you go queen h3. And the queens either come off or you win the bishop. Now, again, there probably are other options, but she's going for the human move. Great minds think alike, Tanya, and Salimova has played your move, queen f3. And the queens will be coming off, leaving White with a simply one position.
And you kind of can't keep them on the board. That's the dream for Black, right? You want to keep the queens on the board just to set up tricks. But now that the bishop is on h2, you move that queen anywhere except queen h6 runs into queen h3. If you were to go back queen d6, then g3 becomes a reality and you kind of lose the house then.
You do, yeah. And your king is actually quite safe here because the white queen defends everything. And what has Black played? Black has played queen h4. And now, well, queen h3 is probably the way to go about this. Maybe Black's only chance because of the time scenario, because Salimova is now getting to a minute. She's played queen h3. What a game she's playing here. I'm really impressed with her play.
I agree with Chessbond, the feature chat, a masterpiece by Salimova. Really, it has been every single move that she's played out of the opening, starting from that very dangerous looking opening. It's been fantastic play. Queen h3, queen c4 on the board, hitting that rook, hitting that b5 pawn. So Aleksandra still setting up some tricks. Ooh. And a one game still needs to be won. So it's not over.
I nearly dropped the rook, Tanya. This is the kind of thing I would do here. I'd be like, I've done the hard work. I would go queen takes h2, and oh my words, queen takes f1. I would go as red as, what's she done? She
sacrificed it because because Ari and Barry are going to get the job done.
She's giving up the rook on f1. That is a confident move. Do you really give up the rook? Wow.
I mean, I thought it was a brilliant, genius idea, but I see that Evalbar seems to say that Aleksandra is back in the game. I mean, she's thinking, but she needs to pick up that rook first. Pick up that rook first and think later, right? There can't be is there an alternative here?
I mean, let's just go back there. I mean, this is a really clever defense, queen c4. You've got to give it to Aleksandra, who's kept her cool. She is grabbing the rook. So hang on a minute. I mean, this doesn't look so clear to me. Okay, queen takes f1. And now white grabs on f5. you've got these two pawns, but I don't know. Is this so clear? The white king, is it ever a target? I mean, I'm not
Simon,
sure.
I'm just wondering if the simplest thing for white was to just sidestep with the rook to b1, keep that b5 pawn guarded. You're still hitting that bishop on h2, and just keep all your trumps in the position. Maybe you're right. There was no need to take this drastic decision. That said, I still like white's position. Practically, I would say that it's a lot better than what the eval bar seems to say. With this b pawn just 3 steps away, the b8 pawn, the b8 square guarded by the knight so that you can push forward. Queen c4, a smart move by Aleksandra, stopping a b6 from happening. Might be time to get a6 in. And what Aleksandra wants is to play a move like rook e8, try and combine the rook and queen, threatening queen h4, rook e1 ideas.
Yeah, we'll come back to this one. This is clearly very exciting, but actually now Black has the best position I think she's had since about move 7. Black has some chances. We like White because the A pawn is rolling. White's knight is fantastic. White has the winning chances, but that could go either way, actually, that one, Tanya, now. So the excitement there was massive. Great defensive play, but we got a lot to catch up on Fabiano versus Pragg. And Pragg now, look at his time. He's getting to 1 minute left, and we're going to zoom through the moves here just so we can get to the current situation. Fabiano playing, again, Tanya's just on form today. C4 played, Tanya's move. And we have an exchange on C4. The knight dives in. White's queen simply sidesteps. Fearless. And okay, we haven't got time to go through all the moves, actually. Let's just go, actually, now, as the time is so close to this position. Yeah.
Simon, I'm getting an update from our producer, Vic, right now that actually Fabi had a huge opportunity just 2 moves ago. If you just back up, before queen d6 was played, there was a tactical shot here that Fabi actually missed. Queen d2, great move. Hitting that bishop on d7, but watch out. Also, it hits the knight on f4. And Sai, there was a big trick here of simply grabbing the f4 pawn. The e5 pawn, bishop e5, boom, you take that bishop back. It's your knight on f4 that's hanging, and this would have been big advantage to Fabi. Queen d6 was perhaps not the most accurate.
Yeah, and it's true, but I mean, let's just have a look at the current position. Queen d6, we have an exchange of queens. This still looks fantastic for White, and the reason for this is actually similar to the Salimova game. In the Salimova game, these pawns were very strong, and look, there's 2 pawns. At some point, a6 is going to be a threat with the b pawn landing there, or this b pawn is just really weak. Black's pieces as well, Tanya, they're not good, are they? They are hovering over here, but what are they actually doing? There's no attack against the white king. White is defending everything very nicely, and I think Fabiano is totally in control. I honestly don't know which game I want to look at more because they're both critical. It's hard to keep both games under, properly thing. Maybe we can go to the bird's eye quickly. Tanya, can we do that just to keep an eye on them because the time is key.
This is just looking really bad for Pragg. With just under about a minute on the clock to defend this position with that Ari and Barry still up the board, it's not going to be easy. White can even just keep the tension on with those knights facing each other, because if Black was to capture on g3, f takes g3 would be a great trade because you hit that f4 knight, take away a key square. But watch out, there is a trick that Black has. Knight g3, f g3, knight e2 check. So he has set up a little bit of an idea here. Knight g3, as well as if White was to take on h5, knight e2 check, picking up the bishop on c3. So Fabi just needs to make a move that keeps the e2 square under control right now. Meanwhile, on the right board, we see the pawns are advancing up the board. And Aleksandra has created a luft for the king. And I'm just wondering what happens if White continues to play. She's played queen d7. So queen takes b5. She wants to go. Is it queen e7? Is queen e7 the idea here?
I think we should. I mean, it actually does look like the Salimova game is getting to a more critical moment. So I think we should go there. We have a couple of moves on the other one.
It might be ending soon because Black has a perpetual in that position.
And that's what we wanted. I think it's happened again. I think Salimova played brilliantly, but actually, if we just look at the last couple of moves, we have to. This king h2 was not necessary. just move the rook. This was too risky, and this is the problem with playing risky chess. And the reason it was too risky, after some moves played, g6, a brilliant move, kicking that queen away. The queen goes into d7, and maybe white only considered queen h4 check when after king g1 there's no more checks. But there's the f4 square, and queen f4 check can force a draw immediately. So all of a sudden, this is totally turned around.
Oh my goodness.
And is she going to take the draw? She's gone.
She's taking
queen
it.
f4.
She's taking
Queen
You
F4.
obviously want to take this draw. I mean, yesterday it felt like Aleksandra used one of her lives, and it felt like she has one more, because this felt completely lost one more time with Salimova's excellent play. Somehow, miraculously, Aleksandra, her resourcefulness, playing that move queen c4, just threw off Salimova, making a mistake of giving up that exchange. This has got to be frustrating for Salimova right now.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, like, she must now realize it's a draw, and at least she didn't lose. You've got to stay confident. And you can see that, yeah, there you go. The disappointment on her face there. Ginormous. She's got to get over that. And, she didn't show the same disappointment yesterday when she drew, but that was a major, major opportunity. And she just wants to get the board set. She wants to get out. And I can totally understand that. She allowed her opponent to get that chance. But you've got to give credit to Aleksandra, because she remained calm in the midst of disaster there. That's what you've got to do to be champion. You've got to remain calm. So it was a draw. Unbelievable. Let's go back to Pragg's game now.
And that's what it is when you're playing against the very best players in the world. You get a good position, you get a winning position, but it's not over till it's over. And it was definitely not in the bag for Salimova, setting up tricks after tricks. Aleksandra Goryachkina survives another game against her opponent, and it will go into the second game with the scores being level. Meanwhile, Pragg still on the defense here, and we were talking about the tactic, and I think it happened because I see that White's bishop pair has gone off the board. So a knight e2, knight c3 was eventually picked up. We can just do a quick action replay. Knight h5 gives a check, gives the fork, picks up the bishop. I really like this idea. Again, resourceful defense here by Pragg. Knight g7.
I really don't like that sequence for Fabiano, because White has just taken all of Black's bad pieces. The knight on h5 was bad. The bishop on g7 was bad. And Fabiano took those pieces, and he's left Pragg with some very active pieces. So is this turning again? Let's have a look. King e1, bishop a6, knight grabs a pawn in the middle, rook e8. I mean, the clock, they're both 40 seconds left. This is a key moment. The pressure here is immense.
Yeah. Playing on seconds, hits the knight on e5. The e4 pawn is hanging as well. Fabi can't move the knight. That would lose the e4 pawn. So he goes for counterattack, attacks the black knight. Pragg gives a check, picks up the pawn. It's an intermezzo and wins the e5 knight back. Is it time for White to go bishop b7 and count on Ari and Barry?
That would probably be a draw, wouldn't it, Tanya? Because if you go bishop takes the pawn, bishop takes a6, Black would counter-sack by taking that pawn back, getting the rook behind the remaining pawn. And I can only see that being a draw, I would assume. So bishop takes b7, most likely heading to a draw. And is Black over the worst now? I mean, the white king is very active. This is a bit of a problem. So I really like this move. The black rook trying to find some squares to check. And here, for example, b3 is one juicy square. But then maybe the white king is going to try to find its way to c7. King c7, bishop takes b7. That's a plan. It's very tense, though. And what's the clock saying as well, Tanya, here?
It's about 30 seconds for Pragg, 40 seconds for Fabi, and it might be time for Pragg to start thinking about getting his own king to the queen side. You can't allow White's king to march all the way to c7, king d4 on the board. But is it in time? Will king f6, king e6 be in time for Black?
Just trying to stop White's king from coming across. I suppose there is a bit of danger if the white king comes this way, because let's not forget, Black does have a pawn here, and this pawn can create a lot of counterplay. Pragg now on 13 seconds. He's got to move. He is one of the calmest players around, but he's under a little bit of pressure. What's he going to do? He brings his king out.
Massive pressure. What are you talking about? This game so much on the line.
Tanya,
but of course,
I'm English.
Champions.
We always say things. It's just a little bit of pressure when the world is burning. That's the way we do things.
But Simon, it's insane to see just how much composure these players can have with seconds on the clock. King f6, king c5, and he does push the c pawn, so trying to create his own play as well, and it's a mistake.
Oh, well, what's happening? The king, can it get to c7, or is black going to go c2 and rook b1? This is the real question. If c2, maybe you have time to play rook to c1, and he's played king d6. The king is marching to try and take the pawn on b7, a critical moment. If c2, you can't play king c7 because rook b1, black would win. But after c2,
c2, rook c1.
Rook c1. And if bishop d3, I think you can give up the rook. So something like this move, and he's played it.
He has to go rook c3. He has to stop the king coming to c7. You need to make sure that you don't allow that king on c7. Bishop d3 played, and I think king c7 is possible now.
Maybe just take on b7. Give up the rook for the c2 pawn. Your pawns are so strong, aren't they? So, for example, bishop takes b7, rook b1, and then I don't take the rook. I take your pawn, bishop takes, and these two pawns, are they stronger than a rook? I think they probably are. I mean, two pawns so close to queening, but look at the time. Fabiano, can he work this out with now 8 seconds left? He's looking at his clock.
He's gone for it. He's going to sacrifice the rook.
Wow.
It's happening. The rook is off the board.
And we're going to see this ending. 2 pawns versus the rook. Get the bishop out of the way and just try to queen. I think this is the way to play, right? You can't
rush with a6. You can't rush with a6 because b6 was hanging with a check. So he does move the bishop. The b pawn is coming.
2 squares away. And one simple idea is b7, king c7, queen. It's as simple as that. Is there anything that Pragg can do here? Pragg, 9 seconds left on the clock. How can he stop this plan? He's got to use his bishop, but what's he done? His bishop tries to get back in the game. Doesn't quite work. And now
you can go b7, and he does it. B7 is on the board. The king is coming in. b8 is a big threat. Black has to give up material. You've got to give up that bishop for b7 pawn, and then the a pawn becomes a monster.
That's it. You can only give up so much, right? Pragg gives a check, but the king can just attack. You can block. Yeah, actually, I thought king b6, but maybe that's not so good. King b6.
I like king b6 also, but bishop c6 just felt like the first move, wanting to go b8, but king b6, why not?
King b6 also looks quite tempting. What's he going to do? No, he's moving for the bishop. He is moving to move the bishop to block. He's come in, bishop c6. And this actually is the way to keep the winning edge. You're threatening to queen your pawn, and black has to take that pawn. But now you've got Ari the A pawn. And I think you could just push it. Just push the A pawn. What Pragg is trying to do, Pragg is going to try and take this pawn, then give his rook up for that pawn, and use his king to try and get a draw this way. There's still some chances. So f4, look at the evaluation bar. The evaluation bar is completely dropped after that move. Pragg coming in with the king. What's happening now?
It's what you said. He will sacrifice the rook for the a pawn, but the f pawn just makes it closer for black's king to get to it. And now rook a2, rook. Has this just slipped out of Fabi's hand in one move? a6 on the board. You can just take the f4 pawn, put the rook on a2 next. Oh my god. And the king comes to g3, starts picking up the g2 pawn. You want to trade off as many pawns as possible. White's king is too far away from the king's side. Simon, simple idea for black. Rook a2, gonna give up that pawn. He gives a check first. Also makes a lot of sense. Pick up king f4, put that king on g3, start advancing your own pawns and get rid of all the kingside pawns.
I reckon Pragg has some chances here. Am I allowed to think that? Because he's going to gain a tempo now because you can't push the pawn. The white king has to come back. You take this one. You come in here. Yes, you will give your rook up, but with these pawns coming down the board, okay, it should be a draw, of course.
This is a draw because the bishop... Yeah, and I think it might just be right now. They might just go... The thing is, after rook b2, what Fabi wants to do is perhaps go bishop b5. Yeah. So still keeping the game going. He simply picks up the f4 pawn. What a save by Pragg.
Unbelievable. And now rook takes a6, the simplest way to draw. And the point is, we talked about having the wrong color rook's pawn. That's another issue. But what black, the reason black is drawing the black king so near white's remaining pawns, the white king is so far away from the action. So black can now just start munching these pawns off. And it is a drawn. That was just one move in it. It wasn't actually as easy as I thought. I thought Fabiano was winning quite simply, but in actual fact, Tanya, the win wasn't easy there. It wasn't straightforward at all.
And we're seeing this being played out, and white's king is just way too far away. Put that king on the E line closer to the central pawns, and then black will never be able to the kingside pawns. Black will never be able to actually trade them off. And now it's just a question of what do you advance first. I think you want to go with the f pawn because g5 just felt like it would leave some holes in the position. But f5, g5 comes in, and g4 to follow next.
I think one way of doing it, Tanya, as you say, is g4. And once the pawns are exchanged, go h3 and swap off that remaining pawn. There might be other ways to do it, but I like g4. This seems like the simplest way. And he has played g4. Everything's going to come off the board. Pawn takes, and now
Fabi knows it.
And this pawn's coming to h3. It's a draw coming up. What a game, though, Tanya. I mean, Fabi's going to be kicking himself there.
And Simon, there we have it. Just kings and bishops on the board, handshakes. Huge save by Pragg, who has been under pressure this entire match against Fabi, but this one was the closest call. I still think, Simon, that it wasn't as easy as it might have appeared first, because black always had this idea, and I don't know if we can just quickly show what was going on in that moment and the winning moment that was missed by Fabi, because there was this big chance instead of playing f4 there. What a huge save by both Aleksandra Goryachkina and Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, we must show the missed opportunity that Fabiano has. And let's not be too critical on him, because how much time do they have left? They had under 30 seconds each at this moment. I mean, okay, 36 seconds, but it was this position. And to be fair, Pragg found a very good defensive idea. He wants to grab one pawn, or as many as he can, and then he wants to give his rook up for this pawn and draw the way he did in the game. So what should white do here? And
let's see what happens if white actually goes a6, because that was the first feeling that's the natural move, should win on the spot. But the same idea happens after a6. You can either throw in a check to push the king, or even take on f2.
Yeah, I assumed that Pragg would probably now take on f2, because he's got, trying to do the same thing as in the game. And now after a7, he would come back to a2 with the concept of just giving his rook up for that one and trying to do the same thing. But the big difference, Tanya, and this is something I think only the computer can indicate, I think it's too hard for the humans to work this out unless they had a great deal of time, is that in this variation, black doesn't have the tempo. Let's just see why. Let's play it out. So let's say I queen, okay? And now you have to give your rook up. And now I play king g5. Well, I bring the king back. This is probably the simplest. I try to get my king to g6 again. And let g3, should I say. There it is. But look at the white king. The white king is just a couple of tempo further forwards. If you try f5, like Pragg did in the game, the king gets nearer. And here you can't play g5 because you lose that pawn. My bishop defends that one. If you play a move like this, you're going to be blockaded and you'll never be able to play g4. For example, g5, you're blockaded. Maybe I go here. This is the simplest way. And my king will zugzwang and start taking your pawns like this. But it was literally just a tempo, wasn't it? Yeah. There wasn't much in it, Tanya. This move lost a tempo or two. On the other hand, this move would have saved a tempo too. That was it. Close.
Super close, but not as easy as it might have appeared at first. Not as winning as the eval bar seems to suggest. And chess is a game of tempo, and f4 just allowed Pragg's king to pick up that f-pawn and get that one extra move in to be able to hold that draw. Wow. We've had such a crazy first round in this 25 plus 10. It just sets the tone for all the action that's coming in. Simon, incredible saves there by these two players. Game 2 of 25 plus 10 will be starting soon. If a player wins, they win the match. If it's a draw, we will go on to the 10 plus 10 segment. More chess coming up from Baku as the players will return soon. We will be back with game 2 of 25 plus 10. Chat, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. When you see this guy, any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
He is.
Rabba.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from
Yeah.
Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah. Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Look, is this a London?
He playing a
Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
full on London.
Howd it go?
I won.
Won the
You
game.
won. Okay.
You won. That's
You won.
great.
Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube.
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod.
And in just 30 seconds from now, we will start game 2 of the 25 plus 10. But what a day it has been so far. Incredibly frustrating for Nurgul Salimova getting that winning position in her match against Aleksandra Goryachkina. But once more, Aleksandra manages to survive the scare. And in this one as well, Fabiano Caruana pushing throughout, so close to that victory. But Praggnanandhaa, resilient as ever, takes advantage of that one inaccuracy in the endgame to hold a draw. Simon, what are the chances of us going into a 10+10 in these matches?
Pretty high. I mean, there were two very exciting draws there. I mean, they both could have been decisive games. I mean, I think Salimova's play was excellent for like 99% of the game. It's just that one move, wasn't it, where she went a little bit too aggressive, Tanya. I mean, she played so well, but then she gave up that rook. She didn't need to give up that rook, but credit to her opponent, Aleksandra, for holding the draw. And obviously, in the game between these two players, we can see here in the open section, Fabiano had his chances as well, Tanya, but Pragg defended brilliantly at the same time. So tense game now.
And that's what makes chess so heartbreaking at times. You make 40 really good moves, you play incredible chess, but then just one inaccuracy and one bad move, and it all comes to nothing. It just slips out of your hand, or in this case, out of the bag, as we were talking about it. But it's go time. Action has started, and we see another London on the board.
Wow. Well, maybe it's going to be a Jabava London, one of my favourite openings. Let's see. And this is really getting very popular now. And we see Fabiano playing one of the most sensible options against it. And Bishop F5, we talked about how this move is becoming the more popular response to this opening. And now Pragg keeps it very simple with Bishop D3. So he's just going for exchanges, and I'm just going to see this opening. I play the London system quite a lot myself. It's an opening which I like at times. I'm not too aware of this Bishop D3 move, Tanya. So I'm going to have a look. The Bishop comes to D3, Bishop back to G6, and this is not one of the more common ways that either side plays. The Knight coming out to F3, and it has been played by Mosenko, who is a very strong player, but no one over 2,700. E6 on the board. But it makes sense, doesn't it, for black to try and get rid of this bishop? Because we talked again about the bishop being on this very passive square. And one of the problems that black has in the London system is the fact that the bishop, if it was still there, is really bad. I like what Pragg's doing though. He's adapting. I think a lot of straight London players would have put the pawn on C3, but now he's going into a C4 opening. And he's playing this move.
This has to be part of the prep, right? You're in your second game, your first white of the day. So it's definitely something that Pragg has prepared for this specific match, going in for the London, this kind of slightly new move, Bishop D3. And the thing with these formats is, right, you don't have to find like a groundbreaking novelty. It's, I think, almost impossible to even do that right now, to try and get a winning position out of the opening. That doesn't happen at this level. But it's about playing something that is perhaps not as familiar to your opponent, so that you can get them to think a little bit early on in the game and just kind of try and suck that time away from them, so that when critical moments arise, they don't have those extra minutes and it all comes down and it starts counting at the very end. So in that way, Bishop D3 just feels like that little new move. C4 getting that in. Black also often wants to trade the dark squared bishop. Fabi having a think here. How does he approach it? Does he want to also counter offer the exchange with a move like Bishop D6?
Quite possibly. And Richard Reporters actually got into this position with the black pieces. And my first thought, Tanya, when I was looking at this, just because we saw quite a similar thing, didn't we, yesterday in Magnus Carlsen's game, and Bishop D6, well played. And again, your predictions today, the birthday girl, you're coming out with them today, Tanya. You're right on point. Every move, Bishop D6 played. What's next, Tanya? I'm just going to let you play the games.
I should get a lottery ticket today.
Oh, definitely get the lottery ticket. And but this does make sense. But I recall that Magnus Carlsen took on C4, didn't he, yesterday, in a similar position, which was quite interesting as well as another way to play. But Fabiano just trying to keep it simple, exchange the bishops off, keep things less complicated than they could get.
It's a very thematic idea. In all these responses to London, you want to play bishop d6 and get rid of this bishop on f4 or try and neutralize it because it just controls so many of the key squares in the center. So I like bishop d6. It's slightly taken me by surprise that Pragg has slowed down because when you prepare bishop d3, when you prepare c4, I think you have to look at a move like bishop d6. So it's interesting. I wonder if bishop d6 is not the top computer choice and that's why he slowed down, or what's going on here?
Yeah, I think it's a good point that you made, Tanya, that the reason Pragg's probably played this opening is not necessarily to crush Fabiano from the start of the game. It's just to get a position that Fabiano is not comfortable or as comfortable playing. Because let's remember how experienced Fabiano is. He's blooming experienced. I don't know. He's so experienced in nearly every position. So trying to play this kind of structure is getting him into something that he's not as well versed in. The top computer moves after c4 are ideas like c5 even. Seems a little bit odd. Pawn takes c4 and take it on d3. So you're right, bishop d6, not a main move. And just looking at the computer's top moves here, it's giving bishop takes g6 as the top move, which I find really hard to believe because normally this is a standoff that you get in the London system. And you have the same thing if you move the bishop back here. You have this standoff along here. And it's often the first player who captures the opponent's bishop, which concedes something. For example, if we go here and play the computer's top move, it seems to me that white is conceding pressure along the h-file. So I think bishop takes g6 is not a very human move to play. And again, after bishop g3, you have this standoff. And if black takes here, well, black concedes the h-file himself. So it's that Mexican standoff with the bishops.
Bishop g3 seems really natural, but another very thematic response to the move bishop d6 in the London is always to put your knight to the center of the board. We've seen that happen before as well at the World Cup. The move knight e5 comes to my mind as something that you would want to consider here. It stops the trade of the bishop. It's a square you want to get with your knight too. And I think these are the two moves that Pragg is currently considering. The amount of time that he's taken on this, to me, it feels like a clear reflection that this was not part of the prep. And bishop d6 is a move that is perhaps not the best move in the position. And it wasn't something that Pragg had prepared. He goes for your choice. Simon falls back with the bishop on g3. And as you said, if black trades, that means trading on white's terms, opening up the h-line. And that's always something that you're a little wary of doing.
Yeah. The bishop g5 was another move that's being played. That's how the game between Darius and Richard Reports went with bishop g5. Bishop g3 has occurred one time, it seems, in a game with two players rated 1500. So they're going for that. And now, well, we see the approach that Magnus took yesterday, just getting rid of the pressure here. And Fabiano just going for a very simple strategy. He's basically saying, you can have the center, Pragg. I'm giving you the advantage of having more pawns in the middle of the board, but I'm just going to get developed, get my pieces to normal squares, and I expect at some point black will try to break and try to swap this pawn for the central pawn. This is very normal in this position. You go c5 and you try to, just take away any advantage that white has. I think we should look at the other game as well. This one is quite quiet. White now developing, bringing his knight into the middle. And it has been the ladies who've actually been playing, dare I say it, some more dynamic chess so far. And we can see in that match, it looks also quite exciting, Tanya. And maybe we can just dive straight into that one and we can catch up with how the moves have gone. And let's just remind everyone, this is such a big game, isn't it, Tanya? This one game that they're playing here.
Yeah, it's the championship game. If a player wins, you're the winner of the World Cup. And as we can see, great timing there to switch to that one because the last move by Salimova looks like a pawn sacrifice to me. But let's take it from the top and see how we got here.
Yeah, so Salimova with the black pieces, Aleksandra white in this game. Great save by Aleksandra in the last one. And it starts off with, this standard way that black can play, which could be a Nimzo, Queen's Indian, and now g3, trying to turn it into a Catalan opening. And we do go into the Catalan. Bishop e7, white develops. And after castles, capturing on c4 is Black's main option in this position. Queen c2, trying to win that pawn back. We saw this in Pragg versus Caruana yesterday. They had this exact position. In this position, Fabiano played a6 here, and Pragg went a4, if you can remember that game. But in this one, obviously a more aggressive move from Salimova, because she is just so aggressive. She defends the pawn immediately, but hey-ho, look at that diagonal. It looks scary. a4, trying to chip away at the pawn structure. Black says, I don't care. I'm just going to get my bishop on this diagonal. And after pawn takes b5, a6 played. I've never seen this idea before. Very interesting concept. Knight c3. And now an exchange on b5, an exchange of rooks. And this must still be in Black's preparation, I'd imagine. c5 on the board, Tanya. And as you say, surprise, surprise, Salimova sacrificing a pawn. Is this good enough, though? I'm just going to see if we have any games to this while you give your thoughts on the position.
I mean, I'm not surprised anymore by Salimova playing with the black pieces, but going for these dynamic lines where she's the one fighting for the initiative. And I think one understands that the c4 pawn anyway could not have been defended for too long. So what you really want to do is try and trade off as many pawns, get that activity for the bishop going. If white was to take queen takes c4, for black, it's imperative to get that development complete. So I would be looking at moves like bishop d5, one attacking the queen, but also developing the knight. Simply move that knight to d7. What you want is to defend that c5 pawn. Simon, the question, is it enough or not? To my eyes, it's not so clear, because I would want to be white here. Knight d7, you're pointing out, is an option here. But at the end of it, it feels like a healthy pawn for white. Black, where's the counterplay? Black will put that queen from d8 to b6 at some point, bring that rook from f8 to either c8 or b8 on these open lines, and just try to create activity. And I think we're getting moves in, so let's bring up our live board.
Yeah,
because instead of picking up the c4 pawn, she's decided to first grab the c5 pawn. And Salimova slows down because it's not an automatic capture on c5. She still has the option to first develop that knight after d takes c5, and then perhaps take on c5 after.
Yeah, I was just catching up on what's been played in this position before, Tanya, and c5. The time situation is a little bit worrying, isn't it? Because Salimova took quite a lot of time there. But if we go back, Tanya, this actually occurred, this position, in a game between the current world champion with the white pieces, Ding Liren, and Hikaru, the legend Nakamura, with the black pieces. It was the online Title Tuesday competition, as far as I can see, in 2021, but no one has played c5 yet. And it's possible that Salimova, well, there's two things. She either prepared c5 as a new idea, or she got her move order mixed up. It does happen. The move that has been played previously, which to my eyes looks quite nice, is let's just hold on to that pawn for as long as we can. And this is what Hikaru played, bishop to d5, because I can play c5 next, but I don't want to give this pawn away yet. I'm still controlling e4. So c5 is the first new move that has been played. I say new move. It's not actually a new move, but it's hasn't been played by, as far as I see, any grandmasters. And to get with the current position, well, okay, taking on c5. I suppose it's a similar idea, Tanya, that white just wants to grab that pawn and play like this. I don't know. Is there enough compensation? Is the question. Yeah.
It's a slow compensation. It's all about piece activity and just trying to get your queens and rooks on open files and making sure that white isn't able to freely advance the b pawn. And we can show some lines here. For example, I like bishop c5, but you can also start with a knight developing move, because there's no way that white can actually defend the c5 pawn. So knight bd7 would be definitely something that I'm thinking, and I think that's why Salimova has slowed down. It's on her radar as well. And let's say you pick up the pawn on c4, queen takes c4. I go bishop c5. And now the key point is that I don't think it's possible for white to start pushing the b pawn. Ideal would be if you can go b4, bishop b2, but you just don't seem to have enough time, because the white's queen is a bit vulnerable on that c4 square. That bishop from a8 can jump to d5, bishop d5. And I see on the live board, by the way, Salimova has developed a knight. She's taken another route, but the idea is quite similar, that She wants to capture on c5, but knight a6 seems to imply that she wants to capture on c5 with the knight perhaps and place it at the center of the board. So these would be positions and scenarios as we have on the analysis board where you get your compensation. But Simon, let's go back to our live board, because this knight development, it actually kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. Now after queen c4, I don't think bishop c5 feels that comfortable, because then what is your knight on a6 doing?
It's a bit sidetracked, isn't it, Tanya? The knight on a6 in these positions. It seems more natural to have the knight in the center of the board, where it has potential to jump to the center. On a6, it's not just on the rim, and we know knights on the rim are dim, but it's also a target, right? In a lot of lines, there's a possibility that it might drop off. But the other thing that's going through my mind, just in general, about this kind of position, Tanya, is what is the best that, let's say I go queen takes c4, what is the absolute best that black can hope for from this opening? And I would have thought the best thing black can really get is to win both of these pawns somehow, or to really make sure that pawn is a bit useless. When you're going to have 4 versus 4, right? You're going to have these 4 versus these 4. And the likelihood of a draw in such a situation is very high. So
bishop d5 first.
Bishop d5 played. Okay, let's have a
It's
look.
all about piece activity. I think the
Yeah.
compensation just relies on these minor pieces jumping to the center of the board, the b pawn being a long-term weakness, and Salimova, her style of playing, it suits her style. She takes these decisions quickly. Bishop d5 on the board, and I think it's going to be followed up.
Makes sense. Get that knight into a central square. So, okay, yeah, maybe it's. I mean, but white doesn't really have any weakness. So that's the other thing. I think I'm just looking at this position. Let's say I go queen c2. I'm going to keep it really sensible. Okay, you can have your pawn back. I think you have to bring your knight towards the middle. That is my only loose piece, so I'll just bring it back towards the center. And if I was white here, I would be really happy, because I don't have any weaknesses here at all. My pieces are maybe a little bit less active than your pieces, but I'm a pawn up. And I'm not normally a pawn grabber by any means, Tanya, but there is still potential that I can use this pawn. So I think in general, my view of this position is I certainly prefer white. I don't see the compensation really quite enough here for black.
And I understand that, because for black, the dream is to win that b pawn back. It's already been simplified, so it almost seems like a position where white is kind of playing for 2 results. If you can make the most of this extra pawn, then you have some real chances. But if black has enough piece activity, you'll only be sort of able to neutralize white's extra pawn. So Simon, that said, I still think it's a position which Salimova enjoys playing. Queen c2 on the board. She's reaching out for her bishop instead. Continues to put pressure on the queen. I think we just have to stop guessing Salimova's moves. It's impossible to predict what she's going to play.
Yeah, we're normally quite good at predicting moves, right? I mean, like that's kind of our job. We've got to predict moves. But when it comes to Salimova, because she's such an exciting player, predicting her moves is really hard. You know, she's coming out with some great ideas on a regular basis. Bishop e4. I mean, this could be a draw offer, which I don't think white would take in a million years. For example, I go queen c4. You go bishop d5.
Not happening,
draw.
Sai.
No, it's not happening. Why? I mean, if you want to win the World Cup, and this is the final of the World Cup, let's remember that the other game going on, Pragg versus Caruana, is not the final. The winner of that plays against Magnus Carlsen. But this is the final. If you want to win the final, you've got to win a game, right, Tanya? And you can't just have draws for the rest of your life. So this seems like a good opportunity to win. You're a pawn up. What? You've got to try and win, yeah? Maybe queen d1 is not so stupid. I mean, I'd love to get the queens off, right? Let's do that. Let's say I go queen d1. Because if I can get the queens off, my pawn advantage might be even more then.
Good call there. I see it's been played on the board. I don't believe that Salimova will trade queen. She's going to find another square for the queen. You need to sidestep it. You kind of want to avoid queen trades. And while I'm saying that, my mind is trying to think which square I want to go to. And I think the one that looks most aggressive to me, queen to a5. I hit your knight on b5. I think I gain some tempo. I'm dreaming of getting my rook to d8 someday. I want to pick up the c5 pawn next. Queen a5, Simon, is that an option?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, a bit slow there from me, but you're right. Queen a5, that must be the correct move. I'd love to put my knight on d6, but I'm kind of walking into a rook d8, and I could get in trouble there. And this way, it does set up the rook coming to the middle. You're at least trying to win one of your pawns back. I'll just stick with knight c3. To my eyes, this square seems like the sensible square, and I really want to get the queens off. Maybe it's because I'm too scared of Salimova. She keeps, I've seen her attack, and she loves attacking. I'm like, please swap the queens off. And that, again, that's really unlike me. But also, it does come down to having the extra pawn and trying to take some of the sting out of Black's play, get the queens off the board, make it a little bit simpler. So maybe something like Queen A5, Knight C3, very possible to happen. Do we have a move on the board?
I think she's gone to
wow.
pick up the pawn. So the
Okay.
queens are still on the board to be traded. And Aleksandra takes that opportunity with both hands, immediately trades off on d8. I think she agrees with you, Simon. She doesn't want to see Salimova's queen on the board.
No, get rid of the queen, right? The knight does come back as we predicted. I just don't like this position of Black. I'm going to be just honest. I just don't like the way it's gone. The opening idea, because as I said, it's a pawn up, no weaknesses. A pawn is a pawn at the end of the day. So this could be dangerous. This could be the game that decides the championships.
It's
Extra
just
pawn.
an extra pawn. And Black still has to fight it, still has to continue to prove compensation, create chances. And it's also the first time that we see in this match that Aleksandra is the one who's come out of the opening with an advantage. Throughout the classical, the first game of the tie breaks, it's been Salimova who's built the pressure. And now she needs to go on the defense. And that's also a different mindset. That requires a different sort of a skill set. And Nurgül has to show that in an endgame where there are little chances of creating complications, creating tricks, creating those aggressive attacks. So, Simon, we will see if this will be the decisive game or not in the FIDE Women World Cup. But I think we have to take this moment to go back to our Pragg versus Fabi, as a lot has happened in that one. Let's bring up that game. We see it's still a kind of a symmetrical pawn structure with 4 pawns on the king side, 2 pawns on the queen side. But in these kind of positions, I really like it when White is able to put this queen on this non-standard square of a3. It's not usually where you find your queen, but it's the one spot where it can't be attacked. It's always eyeing a potential queen trade, sort of trading on your terms, when suddenly the white bishop from f3, from e2 can step into f3 in these endgames and create some pressure. Even in the endgames, it feels like White has that slight pull, slightly better piece activity. But first, let's back up, do an action replay, and see how we got there.
Yeah, so knight c3 on the board, and we'll go through the moves. It seemed pretty standard play from both sides, and it seemed also like Fabiano's plan was just to make exchanges and to simplify the position. He did get the c5 break in, standard idea. And the reason this is a standard idea is at some point you take on d4, and if White takes to the pawn, that pawn is an isolated weak pawn. If White takes to the piece, symmetrical structure, you give yourself good chances of equality. But Tanya did mention this Queen A3 move, and this is a really nice idea by Pragg. You just keep a little bit of pressure, and that's what you need in this kind of structure. It's equal on pawns, so it's your pieces you're relying on for the time being. You want to have slightly more pressure with your pieces. That is a bit of pressure. Black defends the queen, and now White just centralizes the rooks to the open files, improving. A6, taking away any ideas of something coming to b5. The rooks slide in, and now knight to f3 played. That knight potentially rerouting into the center of the board, and also allowing ideas of rook takes rook. And if Black takes back with the rook, you keep this problematic pin. So let's just say h6 is played. I'll just demonstrate maybe Pragg's idea. Pragg's idea is rook takes rook. You can't take with the queen because of this annoying little thing. And if you go rook takes, there's knight a4. And all of a sudden, that queen is not defended anymore. So this position, White would win at least a pawn here. So there is a little threat after knight to f3. The little threat is rook takes d8. And I'm agreeing with you, Tanya, that White seems to be in a preferable position here because of the queen on a3.
Yes, but it also feels, because Black doesn't have any structural weaknesses, that if Black is precise, you should be fine as black, but you still need to find a couple of moves to completely neutralize white's opening edge here. And the threat you pointed out, it does require a concrete approach. So I'm just thinking, how do you actually stop white from trading the rook on d8, then going knight a4? One thing that comes to mind is, do you take on d1 yourself? Do you go rook takes d1? Because I'm not so afraid of you taking with the knight right now after knight d1. Yes, you hit my knight, but I think I can jump in with that other knight from f6 to e4 and still keep the balance.
Yeah, I think so. This looks like it keeps balance. And the other option, Tanya, was maybe to go with this knight. I know this one looks a bit risky because you give the back rank up, but I think your rook can control everything. So let's say here, if this knight jumps in, the queens come off the board. And this looks scary for black, but it is only a check with rook e8 being played, rook c7, and now I've got to defend that with knight d6. I mean, maybe a little bit better for white, but I am going rook c8 next move. I'm going to swap that rook off, maybe knight d5 as well, attack that rook at some point, and I don't think black should have any real problems here. So yeah, so rook takes d1 seems like a good idea. What if I take the rook though? So we just had a look at knight takes. Let's take over that file, and here, well, knight a4 is not really a threat, but what you do as black, I have the open file, I have this slight pressure here. I agree with you, black should be okay, but you just got to be a little bit careful, don't you, with black in this position.
Can you still jump in with your move
maybe.
knight e4?
Yeah, probably. Just rely on this, try to get the queens off, right? I like this idea. And if, again, the same thing occurs if I take the queen, it looks a little bit scary, but it's only a check, as black can defend always by putting a rook back there. Yeah, the more I'm looking at this, I really like your rook d1 and just knight e4. You want sort of in these situations a solid and straightforward solution. You don't really want to overcomplicate it. You just want to play something that gets you that equality in the easiest way. So rook takes d1, I like. Good move.
And after checking out all these lines with rook d1 and the back rank actually not being a big problem, it makes me wonder if Fabi here is also considering to jump into the center of the board with his knight directly, because you can also be considering going knight c to e4. Queen takes e7, you've got the intermezzo with the check coming in on d1 and then recapturing the queen. And after knight c e4, the lines feel like they kind of just switch up in move order, but we should have a similar kind of sequence of moves and trades.
Yeah, it's definitely worth thinking about here. Maybe the only difference is that after knight c4, white has one more possibility, and that one possibility here is to play rook takes d8 now. And this would keep the queens on the board, because black can't take the rook, you lose your queen. You can't take the queen because I can flick in rook takes e8. So you have to move your queen here, and black's probably still okay here, but maybe white has kept a little bit more in the position by keeping the queens on. The queen could sort of activate at some point, whilst black's queen not great. So, but I have to admit, Tanya, the more I look at all of these lines, the more I'm thinking, yeah, they're all pretty okay for white. And of course, Fabi plays none of those moves. He plays something completely different, and he puts his king on f8. Which is
That's
not
a super duper GM level move, Simon.
So I love that. Can we have that as an official title, Tanya? The super duper grandmaster title. So you get grandmaster, then you get super duper grandmaster. I like that. That's a nice way to describe it. And that is the kind of move I just wouldn't play. But it makes sense, Tanya, right?
Yeah,
Get
it
the king
does,
into the
because get the king into the middle, sort of preempting any kind of endgames that are very likely to arise. A trade on e7 would allow the black's king to also step up, keep the pieces defended. If rook takes d8 now, it gives you the option to actually recapture with the rook, because the queen on e7 is defended. So there's no eternal pin on the c5 square. Everything's fine. Knight a4 doesn't really matter, because you can actually just pick up and trade on a4. So king f8, really nice move. Again, it wasn't sort of a move that I considered at first, but when you see Fabi play it, you immediately start understanding that this is top class chess and you need to defend your queen. We've been talking about trades, but there is another way that kind of is more visionary in nature, kind of looking ahead into the end game.
Yeah, it's a clever move, and it's the kind of move I guess Fabi's playing because he's thinking, well, okay, I mean, if I get to the ending, I still want to give myself chances of winning, so let's just put my pieces on the best possible squares. But it is still a bit of a way from the ending. I mean, Black's idea now is to move this knight, as we've seen, and swap the queens, put the king on e7. So, let's just show that if something like this occurred, well, one idea would be to do what we've looked at, and if the queens ever come off, your king is now very nicely placed. So that's the point. Your king is in the middle, ready for the ending. White does have a move here, though. So can White do something whilst that king is on that square? And the other idea of this knight moving back, I thought, was to put it on e5. This way I can maybe, and he's played knight to e5 immediately. This way I can at least grab the bishop, and that gives some imbalance in the ending. I mean, I got a light square bishop. Your pawns are on light squares, so maybe I can try to attack them in similar endings if I grab that one on g6. So I like knight e5 here. Fabi's got to find a good way to get the queens off now as well. Let's have a look at knight ce4. So this was one of the ideas that Black had. I'm not sure it's particularly great here. Now it's actually a blunder, this one, funnily enough. So this knight to e4 blunder, and this
I don't see how. Why is this a blunder right now?
Okay. Trying to get
so let's try some lines, because I think it's got something to do with rook c7 check in some kind of positions is what comes to mind.
Yeah.
In these trades. Yes. So knight e4, let's say we start with queen e7.
Yeah, so queen e7 forces king takes, Black's idea all along, and as you pointed out, it must be a rook coming to c7. So let's
say knight e4.
Yeah, we get the knight out the way, and let's put an obvious move on the board like bishop take. Oh, bishop takes e4 and coming around like this.
There's a check, and then f7 falls. So you might have to. Let's say you go rook d1, and then white recaptures with the bishop.
Nice point, because if I capture with the rook, I can't get my rook in there after bishop takes e4. So I capture with the bishop. You have to take this piece back. So let's say,
yes, bishop d1, bishop e4, and after rook c7, I'm hoping that I've got king d6.
Forking those two pieces.
Yes.
So if I go, let's just show that on the board. So this would generally be White's idea, because I want to win that pawn, but it could be a mistake here because I just step into the fork. So I want to keep that idea of the rook coming in as a possibility. And maybe we can...
I mean, it's still showing that White should be better here, so there has to be a move that...
Well, maybe it's just f3, and where does your bishop's also very short squares here. So if I play I play f3, where does this bishop go? Because if you go to g6, I can now get rid of my knight. I can just take it, check, take the b pawn. So you can't go there. If you go to f5, I go e4. That's bad. It goes to c6. And if you go to can't go anywhere. If it goes to d4,
if you go e4 anyway, and after bishop a2, you might even be trapped on a2.
Yeah, maybe just rook a1. It's quite a complex line, that one, isn't it? I mean, from a very simple position, there's always a lot going on behind the scenes. And this, if we go back to the initial position after knight e5, this idea of knight e4, well, maybe it just doesn't work then because of queen takes e7. And if knight e4 is not working here, Tanya, it's still a bit tricky for Black to unravel this structure.
And I think it was really important to work that line out, because what Black really wants and is dreaming of is to try and trade off as many pieces as possible to neutralize all these tricks and pressure that's on the board. So knight e4 is such a thematic way of doing it. And now we just understand better that White has all these tactical tricks of trying to get that rook to the 7th rank with a check once the king arrives there. So knight e5 asking questions to Fabi. And would it help if white, instead of going knight ce4, starts with the trade that we were looking at in the previous move, that you start with rook d1 and knight e4 is sort of always in the air. Does that help?
Yeah. So the problem in the last line, wasn't it, Tanya, was that the white rook was always threatening to come into c7. And this is why Tanya's now suggesting that we take on d1 first, because bishop takes d1 doesn't make as much sense now. Because if we took with a bishop, well, our rook is not threatening anything. The bishop just looks a bit silly there. So rook takes is the more natural move. And now, can we go knight to e4? The point being, if queen takes e7, the last line we looked at, king takes, this rook can't get to c7, and it shouldn't be able to get to d7 as long as I keep my knight on this square. And if you take on g6, well, your rook won't be defended coming to d7 anyway. So this seems all right. For example, knight takes e4. I just don't take with a knight because that allows the rook in. But if I take with a bishop, completely equal. We do have a couple more moves on the board. Oh, actually, this has been played. Well, again, Tanya, you're just on fire today. Get that lottery ticket. You work through this perfectly.
It's easier to work it out when you see knight ce4 is not working,
Yes.
and you play out all the moves, and then you understand the problem with one line, and then you kind of think about, can I switch up the move order? And that's often how we sort of use the process of elimination when we're calculating. So seeing knight ce4 doesn't work, you realize that probably trading on d1 is the way to go. But this is what I was worried about, that what actually happens if white takes it back with the knight, and I see that Fabi's gone for that Pragg's gone for that instantly, because it still keeps all these ideas on the board. And now, for example, I think the point is that if you go knight ce4, the first thing is that white doesn't even need to trade on e7, because if you go queen e7, I think black should be fine after rook e7. You still have got your rook that can go back and forward, a rook e8, rook e7, always in the air. But what I would be worried about in this position, in the live position that we have, after knight ce4, white has this additional option to actually step in with the rook immediately. Rook c7, is that something that should be of concern, or do you just trade on a3 and put your rook on e7 anyway?
Could be the same thing, Tanya, that you just pointed out, that after taking on a3, you can't allow this rook to stay so active, so you try to exchange off this rook and you just go here. And you can get the draw, obviously, with the check, if you so wish, just by interpreting those checks with your own rook there. So I again, well worked out. And I think that the point you made of working through these variations and using that very famous idea, and you should all know about this, the process of elimination, is really key for this position. This is what the players are doing. And if you want to get better at chess, this is what you need to do. You want to play... Okay, you should always look at the move you want to play first of all and calculate it. But if it's not working after you've done your calculations, you have to look at another option, and you still have that idea in mind. And this rook takes d1. This is allowing this idea to occur. Knight takes d1. We don't have the knight coming in, by the way. The knight has simply come backwards. And I was wondering about this move. I wasn't entirely sure, Tanya, because I don't like moving my pieces backwards. I'm just like, I'm a bit more of I'm trying to move them forwards, but black's just trying to swap everything off, right? And that knight is a pain. But now c7 is a square as well, right? So it's kind of double-edged as well. I mean, this c7 square, the rook can come in. I mean, there's quite a lot in the background behind this game going on. I don't think much has changed. I think Fabiano is okay. I think it's a good idea also to catch up with the women's games. What's happens in the women's section as well, Tanya, very quickly would make sense. And that one will develop quite nicely, won't it? Because in the women's section, Tanya, obviously, if either player wins, they're going to be World Cup winner, right?
So much on the line. And also, let's point out that if Salimova wins the World Cup, she also confirms her Grandmaster title all in one go. And that would be, she would be the youngest World Cup winner. I'll get a confirmation on that, but I'm thinking about it and I can't think of another player. She's 20 years old. She has been in driver's seat in most of the games, but right now she is in trouble. And I think she's trying to find her way through being a pawn down right now, making sure that the B pawn can't advance. Let's get to the live board, because really it's just been shuffling around of the pieces, with Aleksandra trying to improve, get the best spots for her minor pieces. But I like the fact that Salimova has planted her bishop on b3, making sure that the B pawn does not advance. But Simon, you've been saying this from the moment that Aleksandra won that extra pawn, that it's just a bit of a nightmare to play, because you're going to be on the defense for the rest of this game. You just have to kind of try to hold on. There are no winning chances for Black. White is playing for 2 results. And in this kind of a format, that is a dream scenario for Aleksandra.
This is the kind of position I literally hate to play, Tanya. This would be my worst kind of position with the Black pieces, because, as you say, it's a 2-result game. There's no way against a good player who plays decent moves, not even the best moves, I'm going to win this game as Black, because how on earth could I win this game? The best thing I can dream of here is getting a draw, because I'm just a pawn down. I mean, if we remove that pawn from the board, it's a draw, right? And we agree a draw, fair enough. But that pawn is just an extra pawn. And slowly but surely, I would have thought that White will be able to break the blockade of the bishop. I mean, you've got ideas of going knight c1 immediately, attacking that bishop if you want to, but you don't need to rush. Salimova plays a move. She has a little go at potentially trying to take that knight, create a bit of a weakness on d3. But I can move my knight. I quite like knight c1, actually, just going b3. I just very, very, very slowly want to bring my pawns forwards. And another idea of knight c1, maybe I have this maneuver. In these types of positions, the more exchanges you make, the more important your extra pawn becomes. I could even put my bishop on c2.
And that's a key point you're making, because for Black, if you try to play knight c5, fighting against the idea of b3, then you can try and offer trades as well with a move like knight e4, and trying to bring off the board another set of minor pieces. Everything that comes off the board suits White absolutely fine, and White just keeps the pressure on in the game. Simon, do you think this outcome of the way this game has gone, from the opening, losing a pawn, not being able to find that compensation, also not keeping the queens on the board? If you remember, just a few moves ago, Salimova kept that queen trade going, and Aleksandra just pounced on that opportunity to go in for that endgame. It's also really difficult psychologically for Nurgül, what happened in game 1. And you've got such little time. The turnaround time between games is so less. To kind of get past what happened can be a big psychological battle for the players.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important, Tanya, isn't it? Chess is the psychological battle, especially in this tournament, between the 2 players. It's knockout. You get on, you face the next opponent, and every little thing makes a big difference. And I think one of the key factors could be that it's going to play on anyone. Salimova has had in the last 2 games been completely winning, right? And not just one game she's been winning. The last 2 games she's been completely winning. And if she'd have won either of those games, she would be World Cup champion, and she would have got the Grandmaster title. And I don't care how mentally strong you are, that's going to play on you. You're going to be thinking, I missed a chance. And especially, Tanya, when you're defending this position, right? Because you're suddenly like, why am I all of a sudden defending a pawn down and groveling to try and stay in this competition? It's gonna like, it must play on your mind, and
100%.
It's going to be really tough if she manages to hold this. I think this will be a Herculean, massive achievement.
Especially against a player like Aleksandra, who's so good at this kind of stuff. She is an out-and-out grinder. I have played against her as recent as the World Rapid Championship, and just from an equal position, she has this ability, a very Magnus-like ability in these equal endgames, to keep playing, to keep putting on pressure, and just sort of creating something out of nowhere. And in this position, she's up an extra pawn, a whole pawn. And we see that last move by Salimova, putting that bishop on an active square. But this gives White the opportunity to try and trade off more pieces. Knight b4 comes to mind. Bishop c3 comes to mind. Just pleasant choices. And not just on the board, but Aleksandra is also up on the clock. She's gone for the option of trading the bishop on c3. I like it, because White's most... Has she played bishop c3 or has she went
knight b4? Sorry, yeah. Knight b4 played. Which similar idea, Tanya. The first move you thought of course. I never doubt Tanya. And the knight is also, well, it's got a cheeky idea of coming into c6, which is going to win the bishop. So it does, I would imagine, force more pieces off. And let's just see what happens if we get this exchange. Well, look, the king has to move, and I can swap off more pieces. The bishop probably has to exchange, because otherwise you're going to lose that one. And hang on a minute, this is now starting to simply look like a technical win. And what I mean at this level, a technical win is being a pawn up, and that pawn will start advancing, and at this level it should be enough to win the game. So this is really, really tough, and I think it'll be a really sad way, actually, in some respect. Well, okay, for a Salimova fan to see the tournament, and because of her brilliant chess and getting ground down in this way, well, okay, obviously for an Aleksandra fan it won't be so sad, but it's a sad way to lose a game, isn't it? I feel
like there's this emotional part of me which feels that, Aleksandra Goryachkina has survived so many worse positions, and for Salimova getting winning positions and not being able to convert it, that Salimova at least deserves to survive one worse positions. But we all know that the chess god Kaisa is cruel like that. No such emotions on the board, and it's the position that's played. And right now, I think really it's a very uphill Herculean task, as you said, for Salimova to save this. Knight b4, I really like it because I'm threatening knight c6. There's really no other way for black to keep pieces on the board. Knight b8 is just not a move that you want to make. Knight c6 would still arrive, perhaps you could still trade pieces, but it's something you don't want to play. So a trade on b4 seems almost inevitable, and I see that it's been played. And now bishop c3, a follow-up. It just feels like you're getting close to making progress. What's the progress that you're aiming at? Is to eventually start pushing the b pawn. Get your king into the game. The king eventually will come up to d2, will advance forward from c3, and the b pawn will start marching down the board. It's far away from a win right now, Simon, but white is slowly and surely making progress. And the worst part is that for Salimova, it's very difficult to create any counterplay, to create any tricks in this position.
This is the problem, right? It's not the kind of position we're used to Salimova thriving in, but it is the type of position that we're used to Aleksandra thriving in. I say this is the problem for black. I mean, this is, again, great news to Aleksandra. I think she's got everything she would want here. She's got the extra point, and I think actually now we might even be able to say this is probably like verging on a technically winning position. If white plays perfectly, white will win this position. It is just an extra pawn. And the way you win it, as you say, you start pushing it. You maybe can combine it with stuff on the king side, but you just start using these guys in the middle of the board or on the queen side. I mean, there are chances here, and you're talking about the god of chess. Maybe the god of chess is kind of punishing Salimova in the cruelest way. It's like, I've given you two chances to be World Cup winner. You didn't take either of them. You've had your chances. You're going to have another chance in the future. Don't worry. But not this time round. Okay, so maybe this is what's happening here. It's a cruel game. Bishop c3 is played. I think this is just a good move. More pieces that get exchanged, the nearer to starting to queen that pawn the position gets. So not liking it at all. And maybe we'll go back to Pragg's game. This game will go on a while. Do we have any other more moves? Okay, e5.
That's a very committal decision. And I think before we go to Pragg's game, I think we should just give our thoughts on this, because it changes the pawn structure quite a bit. If white was to trade on d4, it does give black this weakness on d4, but it's also not a weakness that's super easy to get to. I would like to take this position with white because, this pawn structure over the one that we have, because this is a long-term weakness once again. And I can go king d2, bishop e4, bishop d3 idea. I really want to try and trade. The only thing that white needs to watch out for right now, Simon, is that black might have a little trap in the position. That knight on a4, knight on the edge, falls off the sledge. Bishop b3 might be a real threat right now.
Knights on the edge fall off the sledge.
Isn't that?
I am.
It's knights on the rim are super dim. There's one is that.
Oh, super
I
dim,
thought there's an edge and a sledge. Oh, it's not super dim, just a little dim.
No. It's changing with time. Knights on the edge. It is something like that. Fall off the hedge. I don't know. Will fall off the.
Oh,
edge.
It's the hedge. I said lead or
no, ledge makes more sense.
Sledge.
Yeah, sledge. The sledge could work as well, right? Knights on the edge slide off the sledge. I don't know.
And then you just go. Yeah, then you just go tumbling down. But e5 is on the board. That knight on a4 doesn't have squares. Bishop b3, bishop b5 are ideas on the board. Bishop b3 is a big threat right now. b4 has been played. So does she want to go knight c5 after bishop b3?
Maybe knight b2, Tanya. Just give your knight.
Knight b2.
Just,
I like
just
that.
give your
I like
knight
that
a
more.
square, and this. I think e5 was a good try because you're defending this position. You if you play normal moves, you'll probably lose. So let's try to unbalance it a little bit. And maybe black can try to get rid of another pawn here at the right time by playing d3. The more pawns get exchanged, the nearer a draw. But b4, quality move. Because, as you pointed out, there was maybe a little danger of that knight getting in trouble at some point. It doesn't have any squares to go to. So b4, quality. White's playing this game really well. And one of your always safety moves is just getting the knight around. Get it off the edge. Bring it into the center. That pawn on d4 will also become weak then. And you're using your extra pawn as well. You got this extra pawn. You're starting to push it forwards. Maybe knight c5. Knight c5 gives black something to think about, Tanya, doesn't it? Black has to work out, does knight c5 work or not as well? There's a lot of options.
With these endgames, right, and moves like knight c5 is that they're just so unnecessarily committal. You've got your position. You've still got improvements to be made. Your king can go to d2. Your knight can at any point of time land itself on c5. But right now, offering this change in pawn structure, you would really need your time to sit and evaluate that, because then the c5 pawn is also really close to the black king. Right now, the bishop on g2 stops it from coming to c6. But I would be just very tempted to go with your earlier idea. Put the king on d2, get my knight on b2, just improve slowly, put my knight on d3, get that bishop to a better square, advance on the king side, and kind of just build up the pressure on Salimova's clock as well before taking any drastic decisions like knight c5.
Totally agree. And the other thing you could do here, because there's a little rule in endings when you're a pawn up, and one of the first rules is king versus king, no other minor pieces on the board. If you're a pawn up, in the majority of cases, well, in all cases, pretty much, that is the easiest win you have with the extra pawn with king versus king. The next easiest win is when you're a pawn up with just knights on the board. So if white can ever swap off the bishops here, the win should become simpler. And I'm also thinking you can maybe use the d3 square for the bishop then. That's another way you can play.
I like it.
Get the bishop there. And if black exchanges the bishop, you'd be probably quite easily winning. And the more I'm looking at this, Tanya, the more I'm actually thinking, this is Aleksandra's game. The d pawn is also now it's looking more and more weak. I mean, Aleksandra's played this really well. You've got to give credit to her. She's played kind of a perfect game in this one so far. I feel this has been a great positional exhibition.
Ever since winning that extra pawn, I agree with you. It's sort of been a masterclass so far on converting, on slowly progressing your advantage. And Simon, you were mentioning some very important rules of the endgame, a king and king endgame with just pawns on the board. You have an extra pawn, you're winning, and king and knight, also huge advantage. The other thing that is always good that works out for you is if your pawn is as much of an outside passer as possible. So in this case, having that outside passer on the B file is a lot better for white than transitioning it with knight c5 and having it on the c file. So I like the fact that she's taken another route to the center of the board. She hits the bishop first, and Salimova has to keep the d3 square under control. For example, a move like bishop e6, I think you end up losing the d4 pawn immediately, because king d3, king e5, there's f4 check, and there's just no way for black to keep connection with that central pawn, which is why Salimova plays the move that she does. I think she's gone with the bishop to b5, stops white's king from coming to d3. And now your idea of bishop e4, bishop d3, I really like that. I think it destabilizes black's bishop from this very critical diagonal.
And she's played it. Yeah, she's just going to maneuver this bishop around to d3. And, again, in positions like this, Tanya, you always think, what pieces, if I remove them from the board, will help me? And if you remove the bishops from the board, my understanding is that this is an easier win for white, especially with this pawn being so weak. So this is what white's just aiming to do. White's just playing very good technical chess. Knight f6 play. There is maybe some chance though that the b4 pawn is a little bit loose. I don't know if black can take advantage of that. Salimova's put the knight on f6 immediately. I want to try and, if I can obviously eliminate that one pawn, I'm okay. I'm surviving. But let's see. Bishop d3. This is white's idea. Now, if you take on d3, I think that will help. So you've got to keep the bishop, move it back.
Go bishop d7.
Yeah.
You hit the h3 pawn and get your knight to d5. Try and create some play.
Maybe fighting. Let's come back to this one. This is going to be a bit of a grind in the ending. And I think we can sum up by saying that Aleksandra has great chances to become the World Cup winner here if she continues grinding, playing this very good endgame technique in the way that she's playing here, which would be quite sad in a way for Salimova, who's had a fairy tale ride. But
it hurts, right? It's not only her score. Yeah. It's not just the wins that she's had, but also this whole match against Aleksandra Goryachkina. I just felt like Salimova had all these chances, these winning positions. But then that's the thing. If against the very best players in the world in the finals of the World Cup, you get these chances, you need to capitalize on them because you give your opponent, an opponent like world number 3 in the women's ranking, Aleksandra Goryachkina, a chance like that, a position like this, you're probably not going to survive it.
Yeah. I kind of feel like, as a commentator, I don't think you're supposed to be biased, but it's impossible not to be. So I don't mean this in a bad way, but I'll be honest, I prefer certain styles of chess. My favorite world champion is Mikhail Tal. I love sacrificing. I love peace is going wild. And I also love a fairy tale story. I think in England, for some reason, we always back the kind of losers in England. I don't know what it is. We love the sort of unsung hero. And that's why I'm sort of maybe trying to, go for Salimova maybe a little bit more than I should do, because I've really enjoyed her story so far. It's like not rags to riches, but a bit of a fairy tale story. But let's come back to that. Over now to the game between Pragg and Fabiano. And in this position, knight cd7 played, and we should, I think, get up to speed, right, with the current scenario. Pragg grabs the bishop. Maybe that will give some chances of unbalancing this. Keeps the queens on. Okay, b5, why not? That pawn was attacked. Taking the open file, queen d6, trying to control some squares. Hitting on the queen side. Not too much to report here, just more things getting exchanged. Okay, activating the queen. White getting the queens off the board. It's a bit of a snooze fest, I must admit. It's a5. Am I allowed to say that? I did. f3, stopping the knight coming in, controlling some squares. The knight comes here, kicking the knight away. Rook diving in. The knight's quite funky. Attacking the knight. The knight comes back and knight... Oh, hello. Excuse me. Let's get to the current position. Knight e3. And okay. This is where we stand now.
Yeah.
With the game.
And I think this is getting... Black needs to be a little careful now. It's not as subtle as it looks anymore, because that last move by Pragg, it hints at getting that knight to c4. And I am going to start targeting your a5 pawn. You've got to be careful about that. The knight can potentially jump into d6, can jump into b6 if you go with a4. Not just that, there is another threat on the board with the light squared bishop, the bishop on e2 landing on b5 and creating some pins here. So to me, it feels like Pragg might be the one who's slightly pushing here, trying to at least create threats. He's also ahead on the clock. Fabi under a minute and a half now.
Yeah. The clock's going to play a key factor. It did in the last game, didn't it, Tanya, with Fabiano getting that winning position, but he wasn't able to calculate it properly. And that was due to him being under a minute. And look, that clock, getting under a minute, you're going to play worse moves. So this is a slight chance for Pragg. I do agree. This knight c4 is a threat to win a pawn, getting the same kind of structure that Aleksandra has in her game. I would like to say the Aleksandra game, as soon as we move away from one board, it always heats up, doesn't it, Tanya? It's just commentator's curse.
Wow.
And,
oh my goodness.
It's kind of like I want to go back there straight away. And I think maybe we have to in a minute, but let's just evaluate this one first, Tanya. Yeah. I'm with you. I think Pragg's got the more active rook. The bishop has chances to be very annoying. The knight coming in and the time. Okay, well, somehow Fabiano gained nearly 2 minutes with his last move. That if I could do that when I play chess, I'd be a great blitz player. What happened there? That was a fantastic little bit of magic. He sneaked on us during that one. But yeah, the clock. I think the clock's going to be key.
That
here.
helps.
Yeah, it does
Yeah.
help. It makes
It
big
does
difference.
help a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, great move, King E7, gaining 2 minutes on the clock there. But the point
Wow.
is that I think White still has Knight C4. And I'm just wondering if Fabi's whole concept is not to go on the defense, but actually try to create his counterplay. So instead of defending that A5 pawn, take advantage of the D file. Let's say a move like Rook D8, and inviting White to actually capture the pawn to create play with the Rook coming to D2. Pragg, by the way, reaches out, Knight C4 played. He is, and it's going to be interesting to see, does Fabi go on the defense with the move like Rook A8? And he does. So Rook D8, perhaps it wasn't working. He didn't like something about it. I think Rook A8 is the more, safer approach, the more pragmatic approach. Just keeping the A5 pawn defended.
Yeah.
You're also kind of eyeing that knight from C6, trying to reroute it to D4. Knight D4 jumps in the air.
Yeah. But it's quite a lot going on here, and now the times are sort of leveling out again. They're basically going down to a minute each, right? So we're not entirely sure what the time situation is. Maybe we can have a look on the actual camera of the board, but they are getting very, very short. And I still feel that this is just a little bit tricky for Black. You have these knights, which I think I don't know if it's Jonathan Rowson, but someone called them superfluous knights. They kind of get in the way of each other. The Rook is good. White has the more activity. This is clever. And that was also a good move from Black, stopping the bishop getting to that square.
The clocks are definitely a little funky because now both players are on a 1 minute mark.
Yeah.
And we're seeing them play moves really fast in a position that still has a lot of threats. Rook B5 has a big idea of going Rook B7 next, and that's a very unpleasant check to deal with. So Fabi says not allowing it, stops it with Rook to A7, still everything under control.
And now I guess Pragg can start trying to get his king in, get the king towards the action zone. You can see he's heading for that. This is going to be a really exciting blitz finish on the board. They're both under a minute, and it could just be who cracks first. White certainly has a bit more pressure. Even the evaluation bar says it's even. White's Rook more active. White's knight more active. Black's knights get in the way of each other. Probably should be a draw, but you've got to work for this draw. Fabi bringing his king around to defend his queen side, so he wants to get it on this area of the board, and I guess Pragg can do the same. Bring his king around to where the action is. Body language. Pragg seems so energetic, doesn't he? You can see he's getting right into the zone. He's bringing that energy to the board. King C7.
King C7 played, and Pragg can also start combining ideas with kingside pawn advances. We know the method of creating another weakness, the principle of two weaknesses, and I think he's going for that. You want to try to provoke some pawn moves on the king side. The F pawn can push forward as well. The G pawn can go to G5. The second G pawn can advance all the way to G4, and a potential break on F5 at the right moment. G5 also clamps down Black's pawn structure. F7, hard to imagine right now, but at some point can prove to be the second weakness in the position. So for Fabi, he needs to keep the queen side under control and always watch out for the king side pawn advances. Simon, I think F4, G4, F5, we're going to see this happen on the board.
Yeah, and you're right. The white pawn has got to G5, and Fabi with his last move is also trying to potentially use that rook in a more active way. The problem is if that rook ever moves, you just lose a pawn, and that makes the black rook really quite passive. I like this move because you mentioned how white was just going to use those pawns, and the more pawns that get exchanged, the nearer to a draw you get. And let's make this clear. It is black who at the moment would definitely take the draw in this position and go down to the quicker time limit. It's Pragg who is pushing with the white pieces. But this is a nice move, Tanya, right? Just swap some bits off. Get it nearer to that draw. The time situation, Pragg, 9 seconds. Whoa.
17 after that move, and Fabi hitting the 20-second mark. Also taking some committal decision. It just shows how much he understands these end games and positions and knows the kind of trades, because these pawn moves, mere mortals like us would probably take so much more time in deciding moves like f6 e5. Fabi knows what he's doing. He knows he needs to try and trade off as many pawns on the king side as possible, as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And they got to make their decisions quickly there at the moment, because they're both now, Fabi now, 30 seconds. They're around that mark. They don't have time to. And this is a
Giving
pawn
the
sack.
a4 pawn.
He is.
Yeah, but
So-
he wants to come in with a check on d3, and then the g3 pawn is super weak as
Yeah.
well.
I'm kind of liking what Fabi's doing here, because if bishop takes a4, as you mentioned, the rook can come to some great squares, and all of a sudden, you know, these knights also have roots in. So Pragg has taken the
We're
pawn.
going to see it. And I think the point is that once the king goes back to f2, defending g3, you'll always have a rook d4. You can start with trading on f4, takes on f4, and now rook d4 will not only hit the pawn on e4, but the knight on c4 as well.
He starts by taking on f4. You're right, though, and the rook can now target the knight and the pawns here. Rook d4 played. Your knight on b4 might be able to cause some problems with knight d3. The draw is most likely because of the limited material. White has that extra pawn, but black is active enough, and it's Pragg now who's getting shorter in time. He's got to be careful. He plays b3, just defending his knight, defending his bishop. And now it's equal on material. Rook takes e4 played here. The king has to defend that pawn. If you lose your f pawn, it's going to be bad news in the position. And very tense scenario. There's ideas with the knight coming to d4, but you can't do that because your rook's on pre here. And you know, there's action, by the way, just to let you know, in both games. The other ending in the women's section is really intense, but it does seem that's going to be a longer game, with Aleksandra still trying to grind that one down. This one has the quicker action, so let's just keep on this game for now, I think. And you know,
Let's do it.
It's tense, right?
And very tense. As you pointed out, it's key for white to keep that f4 pawn guarded, and black's got a nice rook posted on e4, just keeps it there with that last move f5. One gets the feeling that the worst is over for black. Fabi's got to feel relieved that he's gotten rid of that weakness on a4. He's kind of traded it off for a central pawn of Pragg, a very important central pawn, which has to favor black.
Wow.
And we see some trades happen here.
Wow. Well, look at
the
this.
f4.
Well, look at this. It's a tactic. Rook takes f4, and we have a little tactic on the board. I mean,
and this will end in a draw.
It will end in a draw. And yeah, it was a little tactic to swap things off. You can see both players have relaxed now, and the kings are targeting the enemy pawns. And there you go. A draw is agreed. And
this
you can't break them down. These two, they're too close to each other. And
how awesome is that? This is the World Cup semi-finals. You will have a super close match, and Fabi and Pragg, neither of them giving an inch to each other, holding on. They've had 4 draws so far in their match, and that one will go down to a 10+10 tiebreak, a best of 2 in that. Let's jump over to the FIDE Women World Cup, as Aleksandra Goryachkina still has an extra pawn. But with the structure that Salimova has created, I don't see a way for White's king to make progress. And as long as White's king can't join the party, I think the draw is within reach for black here.
Agreed. And there's been many pawns that have been exchanged. You can see that Salimova did manage to get rid of that pass pawn, and it's pass pawns that win games in the ending. White has no pass pawns in this position. It's a very nice sort of clump of pawns there, though. They're very compact, but how does White win? And you can't just win with your knight alone. That can only target a pawn which can be defended. You have to try to get this king in, but where on earth can it come in ever? I mean, can it can, you know, try to walk around here? This is like the only route I can see it taking. Otherwise, I just don't. It should be a draw now. This should be a draw. Salimova on the verge of saving a lost position. Does that feel right for her to save it? I mean, you've got to be careful still. There was some tough ideas there. I mean, you are a pawn down. You're not there yet.
There's still some technique to be shown, and I fully agree. Salimova's got to be feeling some relief right now with pawns on one side, and the idea very clear for black to control white's king from getting to that d4 pawn. And she starts off by rerouting that bishop to d5, controlling the b3 square, bishop d5 on the board. Aleksandra makes her intentions clear. She wants to go to the absolute edge of the position, king b2, king a3, king b4, trying to get her king in. But will the king step in too far? King a3? I can't imagine bishop d3 as being the idea here. You don't want to go into a king pawn endgame.
I can't imagine that either. I would have thought that should lose, because if you take here, one idea that white's got is just put the king on e2 and go f3, as well as other ideas as well. But no, black can't exchange the knight. King and pawn endings, as we mentioned earlier, when you're a pawn down, you're generally always going to lose, unless there's a good reason not to. So black has to avoid this exchange. Now, king b4, white is making a little bit of progress. King b4 surely is the move that is going to be played here. There's a threat. Knight f4 would win a piece. So the danger is still there. Aleksandra's played this ending really well. I think you have to play bishop a6. Of course, Salimova finds that move. But it remains that idea. How do you make progress? I think I mentioned this idea of the king going ridiculously around. I don't believe that plan. The other idea you can try to do is kick the black king away and try to get pressure on the d pawn. So something like knight f4, bring your king to c5 to hit that one. She's gone back though. That can't be the right approach. We can check and just see what your idea is.
Yeah, and I think the point is that if white would have gone forward with the king, black just maintains the bishop on this diagonal and activates his own king to e4. So white's king really can't get super far anyway. You've got to keep the king close to that knight on d3 because black's bishop and king has its own plans and activity. As we can see, she set that up. You can give a check on c5. The black king simply falls back. It looks like Salimova has managed to save this one, Simon. And that's a huge, huge achievement to have composure, to be able to defend a pawn down for so many moves against a player like Goryachkina. No easy task. Salimova showing that she's not only great at tactics, aggressive chess, intuitive play, but also resourcefulness on the board.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think saving this one was harder than anything else I've seen for Salimova. If she can save this, she's going to get the major boost in confidence as well. I was just briefly wondering if you can now take the knight and come in, but she's thinking about it, isn't she? Can you take the knight and come in? No, okay, she decided not to play. It's too scary.
It's too scary to take that decision with just minutes on the clock and just seconds on the clock, and intuitively it feels like you don't want to go into a king pawn endgame.
Yeah, and her defense is holding so well at the moment. Why try something else? All that black seems to be doing is keeping the bishop on this diagonal. This is the first key concept, because you stop white's king coming towards your pawn, and there's no way the white king can get near enough to this weak pawn. That's the idea, because it can't come to any of these three squares. So this is the first key concept, keep the bishop there. The other key concept is keep your king just as active in the middle as you can. If you can come to e4, do, but keep it around these central squares. And ask white, what are you going to do? You can't do anything, because the white knight on its own is not going to win this game. You need to combine the king. If white ever exchanges pawns, the draw even becomes closer. So where's this guy going now, this knight?
Just jumping around, wants to reroute it, come to c2, try giving some checks from b4. But it doesn't really help white, because what white needs to do is get the king into the game. As long as the d3 square is defended.
Now bishop takes e2. Bishop takes e2 now.
Ooh.
Is black
Did she miss
maybe
it?
winning? Is bishop takes e2?
No, you've got knight d4, right?
Oh, okay.
You can't be winning, but bishop e2
Okay.
was, I think, an option that perhaps could have drawn on the spot.
Yeah. I mean, but black should certainly not win this game. There's an option of bishop takes e2, king takes, and then d3 check, taking on the knight on c2. Okay, so f3, and I think this is an understandable decision, Tanya. White wasn't making any progress, so white has to play a pawn break. But the more pawns that get exchanged, you would feel the closer to a draw it becomes. You just keep this force field. I don't know, though. It's 2 connected past pawns.
It is.
Must still be a draw, but...
Black has to find a way to sacrifice the bishop for these 2 pawns. But right now, she's just focusing on not giving activity to White's king. And I think Aleksandra had to do this. She had to change the dynamics of the position.
Yeah.
And now both players under 20 seconds.
Yeah. And maybe the other... I mean, let's just think, how does White actually try to win this one? Because, you know, you try to get a queen, right? But as soon as the pawns drift up the board, Black's king will be able to deal with them. Because you generally would have to get your king around to support them, but you can't use both these pieces, the king and the knight, to support these pawns.
So now she wants to go f4. Now she wants to go f4 because she's controlled the e4 square. So f4, and very smart move by Salimova, preempting that so that on f4 she can put her king onto f5, taking control of the weak squares created by the pawn push. The players continue to play at super fast speed right now. King d5 on the board. And for Salimova, the task is much easier than for Aleksandra.
Yeah. This should still be a draw, in case people are wondering. White doesn't have enough material. White's only chance is to queen one of these pawns, but they're not easily going to start moving. Because as soon as you start moving them, you allow your opponent's king to come round the side and target the other one. You move the g-pawn, the black king comes and targets the f-pawn. You move the f-pawn, the black king comes round, targets this one. At the moment, the white pawns control all of the squares, so it should be a draw. They're both very short a time, though. Okay, trying to force it now. Bishop comes to this square. You can't go king e2 because d3 will get a draw straight away. So this looks a good way to try and force a draw. But f4 check, you come king e4. I like this. I think this is getting nearer and nearer to a draw.
And you could also go king f5 right now, because the idea is to sacrifice that bishop on f3 and try and get your king to g4. So
very nice. Yeah.
That could be an idea. And she goes for it. So king f5. If white goes king d3 for the d4 pawn now, black simply takes on f3 and brings that king to g4, hitting the knight and the pawn. And that would be a draw. So Aleksandra is still ambitious in the position, not allowing that. Goes with the king to e2, but it feels like no progress because now white's king has been forced to go further into the king side rather than the center of the board.
Yeah. I feel this is where the white king should be, Tanya, because you have to push one of these pawns eventually and you have to use your king to support them. So I feel the king on the king side is where white wants to have it, because d3 is never a worry because the king will easily control it.
As long as you don't go all the way to g1, h2, h3, g4, I think king f2 is a good spot for the king.
It is, yeah. Maybe now it's time to go g4. You know, at some point you've got to push these pawns. I want to go g4 and I want to just get them going. You can't maneuver your knight around forever. Got to make progress at some point. This is a good configuration for the bishop controlling that knight.
It's really nice to sort of just jump around with the knight a little bit. You know, you're also kind of putting pressure on your opponent. Every move that black needs to be careful. It's that much more stress for black and that many more chances for black to go wrong. So you want to keep the option of going f4, g4 until you find the perfect spot for your knight. So I like what Aleksandra is doing in this endgame. You know, she's not rushing with her decisions.
Yeah. And now the knight literally is trying every square on the board, Tanya, isn't it? I mean, like, where else is it going to go? It might as well go this way as well, just to try and find the right path. But knights are tricky, so you're probably right. Let's keep using that knight, and also she's gaining up a nice lead on time at this, as well.
I think we're going to see f4 now. f4, king f3, and start pushing the g pawn as well. It's kind of time, but she goes king g2 instead.
Yeah. The problem with f4 and king f3 is that the black bishop can always, I suppose, come and check this one. I'm wondering if at some point, d3 is the right way to go. If the white king goes to h3, definitely d3, because it does create a path for your king, right? And the path that your king can come in on is d4. I mean, it's risky because you don't want to allow white ever to get to e3 with a king. You're probably losing then. But if you time it right, d3 and king d4 could be the way. Could be an idea. Bit risky, that one though.
She
isn't it?
does take the decision finally to push the g4 pawn now that the black king can't step onto f4, which forces Salimova to just pause to take her decision. Bishop to d3. The f pawn can advance as well. f4 is an option, but first she improves her king to g3. You put your king on the dark square, so no check. f4 is coming up. And look at that. She's placed her knight on d2, a really nice spot which controls key squares in the center. Black's king is unable to sort of pass. It's saying you shall not pass.
Yeah. Aleksandra's played this really well to get any chances at all. And these pawns, well, they're getting a bit closer, aren't they? This is the problem. So at some point, f4, and then g5 will be the next step. I don't see how they should get any further up the board. Okay, she's using her king. This is also an option. King g5 and use the f pawn. It's a bit scary still for black.
Oh, and is that a big mistake? I just saw the eval bar shoot all the way up.
It is, apparently. And this is really hard to see for a human, though. Apparently, this is a major mistake because of some crazy ideas with g5. And you just can't stop the g pawn. You can also even apparently go king f5, give this pawn up. But I mean, I don't think king f5 is a human move at all to play. But g5 here is a problem. Bishop d3, knight e4. And this pawn can get all the way to the square. Will she play it? She's played king f5. How did she find this move? Oh, you can't take on f3. Sorry, that was my mistake. The knight's just defending. Sorry, I just didn't see that at all.
And I think, Simon, it was key for black to keep the bishop on the other diagonal, on d7 or e8, and just closer to that g-pawn, making sure that white's king doesn't pass through. You always want to be able to sacrifice that bishop. And the problem now is, the difference now is that at the key time after g5, you're just not, I think after g5, you won't be in time to give up your piece, because g6, king e5, that's king g5. Your king doesn't get through to f4.
It's just an easy win now, isn't it? I mean, you just got a very simple plan, just queening this pawn, and you use your king to stop. Well, the black king can never get nearer. It's just trapped in all of these squares here. So, yeah, I mean,
you can even just pick up the piece, right?
G6.
I don't see a way for black to actually hold the position after g6, bishop g6, king g6, king e5, king g5. And that's game over. That's FIDE World Cup over.
It is. Salimova is going to lose this one after coming so close as well. But I just don't. She can't stop these ones now. I mean, you can just go g7, king f7 now. Next, you can use your f pawn. Aleksandra played this so well. She found the ideal square for her knight, stopping any counterplay, defending that pawn, which I forgot about. And well, this is going to be it. Aleksandra is going to be the World Cup winner.
But maybe she needs to go f4 right now, because if you queen, just stop the black king from entering king e5, king f4. So take away that square, push that f pawn, f4, f5, maybe all the way to f6.
Yeah, you still need to be a little bit careful. So this, as you point out, Tanya, it could be a draw, but she's found that she's played this ending amazingly well. The black king.
Don't go f5. Don't go f5, because bishop f5, your queen, there's a bishop e6 check.
She won't. She's too good. She's too good. King e7, f5, f6, f7 is coming next. This is going to be it. This is heartbreaking for Salimova, but really well played. Aleksandra, we are seeing the World Cup winner. The last chance is to try and create counterplay now, but white is just too quick here.
Yeah.
You might be able to take that one, but
white can just sacrifice the knight after king to c3. You can even just go knight f3. You can even push the pawn. And these are the last few moments that we're seeing of the FIDE Women World Cup. Aleksandra Goryachkina just moves away from winning her first title. She was in the finals in the 2021 World Cup, where she lost that to Aleksandra Kostyniuk. And it looks like this will be the one for her. Simon, just f6, f7 coming in.
Yeah, this knight is doing a good job of stopping that pawn. And It's now time to play f6. She has. If the king comes this way, your knight just jumps the other way, and you just can't get there in time. Here it comes. The knight will come to f2.
I think we're going to have resignation soon. And for Salimova,
Heartbreaking.
it's just about, I think she's just trying to kind of just accept what has happened. It's such a difficult moment. She's
Yeah.
had the tournament of her life and so close to being the winner of the World Cup, having winning positions in the classical, in the first game. And I think she's going to just throw in the towel now.
But also, it's heartbreaking because of the tournament, but it's kind of heartbreaking because she would have become a grandmaster had she have won.
She's going to become
this
grandmaster,
match.
Si.
Yeah,
She's
she
gonna
will
be
do.
grandmaster soon.
Of course, she will do. Yeah, she'll be grandmaster in a matter of next tournament without a shadow of doubt. But you want to get that straight away. Okay, I mean, yeah, this is not. This
And
is
it's
just the end.
handshakes, and Aleksandra Goryachkina is the winner of the 2023 FIDE Women's World Cup. For Salimova, what a run this has been. What a tournament this has been. She has confirmed her spot in the candidates, but a heartbreak ending for the 20-year-old.
Only 20 years old, though. That's amazing. And I would have liked to have seen more celebrations there from Aleksandra. She has just become the world, the World Cup champion. Can we at least see a fist pump or something? We're going to see. No, she wants to sign the score sheet and drink some water. I'd be getting the champagne out, basically getting those bubbles going. But she's not celebrating at all there. I mean, come on. Let's see some emotion, please.
I think it's exactly this composure and this calmness that she has that has gotten her this far, Simon, in difficult positions, in positions where she's games where you're close to losing, finding those resources in seconds. And in the end, it is world number 3, Aleksandra Goryachkina, who goes on to win the FIDE Women World Cup. A huge congratulations to her, but also a big congratulations to the runners-up, Nurgul Salimova. That's a name you want to keep in your mind. You won't be forgetting her anytime soon. You'll be hearing a lot from her. I'm sure we're going to see her back in the World Cup. I'm sure she's going to make her Grandmaster title soon. She's just been so impressive this whole event.
She's been brilliant, Tanya. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, both players have been great. I mean, Salimova's going to be really upset there. She, hopefully an event like this will just make her stronger. It's that old cliche. You've got to bounce back. She's got to take positives away. As you're saying, she's strong enough to be a very good grandmaster. She's shown that here. She'll be a grandmaster soon. And she still had a fantastic event. So I hope she can reflect on that after losing this final. On the other hand, Aleksandra, what endgame play she demonstrated in that game, and what determination, Tanya, as well. Converting that into a victory was impressive, really impressive. So a worthy winner with her resilience alone, I feel, at the end there.
Huge congratulations to all the 3 players, Goryachkina, Salimova and Anna Muzichuk, for making it to the candidates. But the action doesn't stop as the Praggnanandhaa Fabiano match goes into the 10+10. We will be back with the tie breaks right after this break. Don't go ahead.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the prince of painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. A renowned sculptor, Donatello stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers.
May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga!
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Mark your calendars for Chess Clash, the greatest chess/clash universe crossover you didn't know you needed. We're teaming up with Supercell to bring your favorite creators together for an epic series of chess and clash challenges. It's a star-studded lineup with Aleksandra Goryachkina, Gotham Chess, Clash with Ash, Sapnap, and many more battle it out in the ultimate strategy game. Which clan will prevail? Tune in to Chess Clash on September 7th. That's September 7th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So mark your calendars and use the command clash in chat for all the details. That's going to be a fun one, and a lot of fun continues in Baku, Azerbaijan as the tiebreaks between Pragg and Fabi gets into the 10+10. It's handshakes, it's go time, and no London this time. Pragg switches it up with 1e4.
We're off. We are off. So which of these two players is going to face Magnus Carlsen in the final? We now have a winner in the women's section, and we're seeing this opening quite a lot, aren't we, Tanya? The Italian variation. This seems to be the theme between these two players, and also a theme at top level as well, with Bishop c4. The advantage is Bishop c4, and I figure the reason that a lot of people are playing this move is that it avoids the Berlin. The Berlin variation after Bishop b5, Knight f6 is becoming very difficult to break down. So let's get back and see how they're playing this one. The Bishop comes out, and now d3, this sort of slower maneuvering game. Bishop e7. Okay, the Bishop just develops. Both sides castling, and a new approach now that we haven't seen. Instead of going for c3, I don't think we've seen this yet, the Knight comes out. d6, a4, making sure the Bishop can run away, gaining space in that area of the board. Pinning the Knight. You've got to break that pin because of ideas of Knight d4, pressure on f3, so you've got to play h3. And this gives chances of playing this move at some point, but Bishop e3 on the board, and Black plays Knight d4 anyway. This is where we are at. So interesting.
And the speed with which Fabi has played, I mean, is there anywhere, any place in the opening that you can surprise Fabi? Pragg tries the early d3, plays a4 quickly, but Fabi's the one who's blitzing out the moves, and after Knight d4, you had to trade on d4 because you can't allow Black to ruin the pawn structure on the king side, and Pragg immediately jumps forward with the Knight. And this is the idea of developing it to c3. You want to get it to d5, and after a trade, the Bishop takes, Black's probably going to push c6, push that Bishop back, but long term, Black has doubled up the d-pawns.
Yeah, I mean, answering your question, is there any way you can surprise Fabi? No, I don't. I've never seen it. I mean, the guy is like an opening monster. You know, he's a monster all round, but he's so good in the opening. It's unreal, and they're still banging out their moves here, like they know something about it. So after Bishop b3. Bishop takes f3 played. I suppose this. Let's go back then. After Bishop b3, now this move is played, and this must be home preparation because I suppose there is maybe a g4 threat. So and it's the computer's top choice, this one. And now g6 on the board, and I'm thinking this is the first new move. So up to this point of Queen takes f3, everything has occurred in the game with David Navarra, the Czech star, against Mazu Sti, an international master. But g6 is the first new move, in the game.
And we had a feature chat saying too many exchanges. I'm worried. I think we do end up in this middle game with all the minor pieces except one being traded off, all the set of minor pieces being traded off, except the opposite color bishop. And to many of us, that might seem like there's not much left to play. But Simon, this position is not as toothless as it might appear at first, especially after that move g6, which you're pointing out is the first new move. It kind of gives whites a little bit of a hook. Whenever there are positions with these opposite color bishop, different color complexes, attacking possibilities become key. It is all about trying to create play and pressure against the black king, because you've got this one piece which can't be challenged, which is your bishop. And that last move by Pragg, queen to g4, does hint at potential pawn advances on the king side. f4, f5 ideas are there. At some moment, g3, h4, h5 ideas are there. And yes, everything is in balance and black should be fine, but because of the asymmetrical pawn structure, black having moved away the e pawn to the d line, the double pawns, it gives a free flow to white. And I think if anyone can be better in this position, it's white.
Agreed. I do agree. I mean, I think that's very well explained. And if I was just looking at this position from a fresh, without the evaluation bar, I think does sort of bias us quite a lot. I'd be really liking white's position because of the plan you mentioned: f4, f5, attack. That looks very attractive, and Pragg has now played this move, and you explained it extremely well with the bishop complex. This bishop can never be challenged, and that means it's going to be on this diagonal forever, and that is one strong diagonal. On the other hand, black's bishop not on a very good diagonal, and it won't get on a good diagonal because there's a pawn always blocking it. So even though this is preparation, Fabiano has gone into this. Maybe he was surprised, Tanya. Can we say that? Maybe Fabiano was surprised somewhere, because he played these last two moves immediately, right, Tanya? Well, pretty much immediately. It must be preparation, but it looks a bit strange to me to go into this as black because of white's easy plan, yeah? Checkmate. I mean, you can even, I like checkmate. It's a nice plan, right?
Sounds like a great plan.
Just the one thing you don't do, oh my words, I can't believe I was going to suggest this. Let's say a5. I was thinking, yeah, just double the rooks up first, get more firepower over. This would lose the queen, I've just noticed. Oh my words, I'm so good. Oh, it doesn't lose the queen. I thought you could go here, queen g3, and then here. But queen h2. You still don't want to do that, I feel. Maybe you do, I don't know.
It's not the ideal square for the queen. I think queen g4, if you can keep it on g4 or on f3, ideal diagonals. Queen on h2, well, at least the good news is that you still have a square. Fabi, on the other hand, chooses a more standard approach. He wants to connect the rooks. He puts the queen on c7. And I think after white goes f5, you just don't want to react on the king side. You want to keep the pawns as they are. Of course, that also means that you have to find a move, because there could be a potential threat of f6. So I'm just wondering if after f5, what Fabi has in mind is actually to get his own bishop on f6, so that there is no f6 opening up that file, no sacrifices on that square. F5, bishop f6, and just try to maintain the balance in the position by playing on the dark squares.
Yeah, really nice plan. And I wouldn't be in a rush to play f5 as white unless there was a real definite reason, and I was starting that attack. And your point of meeting this move with bishop f6 seems like a really good plan, because if that bishop gets to e5, suddenly it's a star piece. That bishop there is really nice. So I really like the idea of bishop f6 and then just putting it here. I mean, of course, you've got to be a bit careful of white's attack with f6 there, but I think you should be able to cover that idea. And why play f5 unless there's a really good reason to do so? So I like this move. Just get the rook around. I kind of feel the rooks belong on the f file to prepare this move, but this is a nice idea. You could also maybe, Tanya, think about, I mean, if I could get my pawn to h5, I'd really, really like that, right? So you could think about introducing Harry, or maybe just do it slowly. Go Gary, go Harry, and try to get the pawn there. The reason I like getting the pawn there is it stops this h5 idea, and I just create more pressure against the black king. The evaluation bar thinks black is absolutely fine, but I think this position, as you said, is a bit deeper than that. It just feels more pleasant for Pragg to play, and I would have felt at this level he'd be very happy with how this has gone, because he has the chances. He has these pushes. Maybe even e5, Tanya, is something he can play at the right moment as well.
I like that last move, rook a to e1. You just get all the toys to the party, get all the toys to the nursery, so that when you do open up the position with either one of these breaks, everything is ready. So capture the files, just keep the threats in the air, keep the flexibility of your pawn structure, force your opponent to think a little more, to burn those minutes on the clock. And Fabi does the same. He also brings the rook to the central E line, making everything sort of connected and harmonious. It's going to come down to when Pragg decides to go ahead with these pawn breaks, or does he fall back with the queen, advance the G pawn further? Does he push the H pawn, creating more threats of H5, like you pointed out? Everything said and done, if you take the heavy pieces, the major pieces off the board, this is a draw. It ends in a draw. But as long as the queens and the rooks remain on the board, there's still poison in the position. There's still a subtle pull that white does continue to have, and black needs to watch out for it. Precision might not be required at the moment, but black needs to be a little careful. And I think from Pragg's perspective, it's quite a nice position to play, Simon. Your play is easier. You're the one with all the plans. You can decide when to go F5, E5, and you're kind of not having to deal with too many dangers on your own king.
Agreed. Yeah, totally agree. There's no danger for white. That's the thing, right? I mean, there's no pawn breaks that white has to watch out for. I was thinking maybe H5 is a move, but it's not something that's ever going to scare you too much. Maybe black should play this move, especially, let's say I play H4. I think black has to play H5 now. I really don't want to allow this pawn to get here. And that's kind of putting me a little bit off playing this move. But there's no breaks that are going to threaten white's position, but there are breaks that's going to threaten the black position. And you pointed out these two ideas. And the queen coming back, you could even try to introduce the G pawn up the board as well. I mean, I don't think that's a ridiculous idea because your king's very safe. And that would cramp black more, maybe put the pawn on G5, put the pawn on H4. So there's lots of little ideas that white has, but black doesn't have those same ideas. So it's an equal position, but it's more equal for white.
I like how you say that. It's more equal for white than for black. It's a great evaluation.
I think that's from Animal Farm, the book. I think we had to do that at school, and they said everyone is equal, but some people are just more equal than others. And that's that.
Not all equal positions are equally equal.
I love that. Not all equally equal positions are equally equal in this equal world of equality. Oh, blimey! Yes, it's a Monday. It's a Monday, Tanya. Let's leave it there.
Let's bring in the mushroom coffee.
Let me have some more of that, please.
Queen F3, but this is an idea that we were discussing, right? Make the G pawn join the party as well. G4 coming up. And also let's point out that in certain positions, white can start targeting the D4 pawn. Queen F2 is also always in the air, because if you can provoke black to push that C6 pawn to defend D4, for now black has Queen B6. But let's say if black was forced to play C5, to defend that D4 pawn, that creates a lot of holes in black's position. That bishop will land on D5. So C5 is never a move that you actually want to make. The only break that I see for black, or a potential way to try and create some ideas, could be something like A6, B5. But then I'm questioning what next? What do you even achieve if you get A6, B5 if you can never really go C5?
Yeah, even if you play those two moves, I mean, it's not clear what the next idea would be there, and this is why it's a difficult position, right, for black, because he has to wait. Fabi has to wait, and I kind of like your Queen F2 move. You just nibble, right? I mean, because black is probably forced to put the bishop on F6, and then maybe you can go for G4, G5. Is black's idea? I'll just show it on the board. Let's say you go Queen F2. You can't play C5, as Tanya very nicely demonstrated. This is a horrible positional move to play, because at some point you're just giving away some fantastic squares. There's nothing immediate. This is a positional blunder. In the long term, the bishop is just going to rule. So you have to play bishop F6. And I don't know what he's played. And now with G4, I'm thinking you have to go G5 or something, but maybe not. But this is looking, the more I look at this, the more I'm thinking, yeah, I just would not want to be black here. Let's see. Let's keep going.
Another approach by Pragg here, he goes rook e2. So notice how he's put all his pieces on the same color as his bishop. It's sort of playing on the color complex that you're strongest on, which is light squares right now. It also gives the flexibility for the rooks to either double up on the F line, forming an Alekhine battery, or for the rooks to double up on the E line. So kind of keeping all options open, flexibility here, and Fabi rerouting that bishop to D8 it's a move that not only opens up the rook on e8, but you're always eyeing this b6 square. So now queen f2 can in fact be met by bishop b6, or even a sneaky king move where queen into d4 becomes impossible because of the pin along the diagonal. So bishop d8, again, keeping it flexible. At some point, you want to put it on f6 or maybe to b6.
Great move from Fabi. I mean, he's holding this really well. I suppose, I mean, again, I'm a very impatient player. I've probably mentioned this many times. This is why I struggle in some positions like this, especially if in Fabi's structure. I mean, I'm wondering about pawn breaks. I always wonder about them. And is f5 ever a move that black should play, do we think, Tanya? I kind of want to play it because I want to stop white from ever doing it, but it's a very committal move. You open up this diagonal more. You maybe open up your king. It looks a bit risky, doesn't it, f5? But
I'll be honest, Simon. If this was a blitz game, if I was playing a blitz game in this position, I think I would just play f5. You just take this decision like really fast and make it on the board and ask questions. But the problem in this position is, one, that you've got the best players in the world playing, but two, more importantly, you kind of create a lot of long-term weaknesses. You give up a lot of dark squares in the position. When your own bishop can't control the dark squares, you need your pawns to control those squares. So after f5, it gives Fabi's bishop a free hand to land on e5. Bishop f6, bishop e5. Once the bishop gets to that square, you can forget about creating any chances against black's king. So I think f5 has to be timed really well with concrete ideas. I don't expect Pragg to rush with f5.
I was thinking black playing f5 even, Tanya.
Oh!
Yeah, so maybe. I mean, you're right. I agree, f5, I shouldn't be rushed. But I think it's a game in the blitz game I would definitely play as white. Just to try to start an attack.
Sorry about that. I was thinking we've been like focusing on all the pawn breaks with white with f5, and I was so taken in with the idea of a pawn break that's all that I was thinking about. Black playing f5, that's not a move that I would make in blitz, by the way. Just putting it out there.
Okay, it's a move I'd make in blitz and probably lose horribly, but it's. I was just wondering. I'm just wondering if this is a move that, because the only reason I'm suggesting this, that if I was in black's shoes here, okay, he's played another break. That's quite interesting. I'd be like, I don't want to sit here and defend forever. D5 played though. Wow, what is that move? So he's trying to break in the center in a different way here, and the point I believe is, if you take here, maybe this rook is a little bit misplaced, Tanya, on e2.
Yeah, but I mean, you can still take on d5, and I think you will end up with an extra pawn in that position, because even after taking on d5, rook e2, queen e2.
There's no pawn takes c6 here, is there? No, the queen just comes and defends.
Yeah, defends the rook on e2.
Yeah, so queen takes e2.
And now I don't know if you want to capture on d5, or do you just want to play a move like c5? Is that the idea?
Well, I think if you capture, queen e5 is quite a big threat, right? I mean, for example, if black captures here, queen e5 check will, it will pick up a pawn. It might still be a draw, but it's a pawn, no? I mean...
I would want to play c5 in that position and make sure that maybe the d5 pawn is actually black's friend here.
Okay.
And okay, so the bar is stable. You keep your d4 pawn defended. And now that bishop on b3 is quite blunted by his own pawn. It's a really committal decision by Fabi to go d5, but maybe it just solves problems in an energetic manner.
That is why these players are so good, Tanya. I mean, like, the move d5 just wasn't on my radar. Black's been sort of defending up to this point. He's put his pieces on fantastic squares. I love what he's done. Even this bishop move, this was a brilliant setup. And then when he gets the opportunity, he plays d5. And, this is something to be admired. Playing in this way it's just impressive to me, taking the opportunity to break in a tough position. And it was a difficult position for black. And then you have to calculate this move. You have to realize what's happening after this exchange. Maybe another idea, Tanya, is to try to get a rook to e3. So you could play rook takes e2 and just go rook e8, right? And just slam dunk it into e3, which is a lovely square for the rook in the long run.
But maybe this gives white the opportunity to actually pick up the c6 pawn and throw in that intermezzo. And black is still fine. You get your rook on e3, you get your slam dunk in, but at least my bishop on b3 is active.
Yeah. I suppose another thing I could do is even think about just trying to control the e1 square. So let's say queen here. this is not a ridiculous looking move where I just stop you swapping rooks off. I mean, yeah, it's I don't know. Maybe f5 now comes. So
But d5 is very impressive. I agree with you. Simon, coming back to our live position, after once d5 is played, he does take the decision to take on d5, doesn't advance with e5, but he's burnt a lot of time on the clock. He's touching the 3 minutes mark for Pragg, trades on e2, and now your move rook e8. We might see that, or will we see the move c5?
I think he's banged out rook e8 as far as I can see. That rook's gone to the light square. Trying to go for active play. I mean, this again, it's a really impressive game to me. I know a lot of people watching this might think, oh, this is quite boring, but actually the way that it's been played from Caruana's side is just impressive, because he's given up this pawn, but he's played it so patiently. But when he gets the opportunity to get some activity, he's taken it. It's exactly what we said. I can't believe it.
I think we can pat ourselves on the back, because the position that we were discussing is actually on the board. And now your move bishop a5 is a possibility. But I just feel that as long as the bishop on b3 is open, the diagonal is open, you've got these ideas of f5 on the board. White still has a little bit of pressure. And not to mention, White's got an extra pawn.
It is a pawn, yeah. There's either bishop a5 if you're worried about rook e1. I don't know if I'm worried about it. I mean, if black wants to draw,
Black does want to draw. Do you think black is playing for a win in this position?
I don't think they're thinking about it. I think they're just like thinking, okay, whatever happens, right? I mean, you know, I would imagine rook e3 is kind of like a draw offer in this kind of position, because if I get my queen behind this, I don't know, I mean, if I was white, I want to get rid of that one. And then as black, I can back this one up, right? And after this one, probably queen takes is a draw. But pawn takes is actually, you know, I don't know, maybe a draw. I don't know. I'm getting confused now again. I think actually black is absolutely fine, because one of the problems white has is this pawn on h3 in some positions, like and the pawn on f4. So if you get this kind of structure, bishop c7, and those dart squares are starting to look really bad. And I mentioned this pawn here. You probably have to play g3. And there's something about these pawns which is very loose. If the pawn was on h2, they'd be nicely defended. But some move like g5, and if I take there, g3 becomes weak. I know this is quite a long way ahead.
Yeah, and Fabi's provoking that. Instead of going for rook e3, which definitely is on his radar, and we might see it happen soon, but queen d6 has been played. So kind of eyeing this pawn on f4, saying that after rook e3, you won't be able to play rook e1 because the f4 pawn needs guarding, as well as if you go f5, there are ideas of bishop c7, the bishop and the queen battering up and eyeing the king on h1, which we thought was absolutely safe. But suddenly things can change if the diagonal opens up. So Fabi's actually provoked the move g3, which had to be played if white wants to offer the rook trade on e1.
Yeah. It looks likely it'll be a draw, Tanya, because I think the rooks will come off. I think I prefer to be black, though, here, just because of the king safety. I think these pawns over here, they are loose, but now these pawns are pretty solid. And the black king's a little bit safer. But, you know, it's an extra pawn, so draw likely, of course.
Rook e1 played, and Fabi into a bit of a think. We're expecting him to line up with the queen and the rook on the e line, just provoking that trade on e3. Simon, I agree with you. I think this game will end in a draw, because even if you get that passer on e3, white's king is close enough to take control of that e2 square. The queen will block it on e2, and it just looks like everything should be in balance there.
Yeah. And bishop b6 is another way you can play this. It probably doesn't make too much difference here. It's going to be a similar kind of thing. There will most likely be an exchange on e3, and black will most likely take with the pawn, you know, rather than take with the queen. Queen takes, a bit risky, only white can be better there. So, and let's just remind everyone, this is now the time limit's getting quicker and quicker. So this is 10 minutes now for each players. I think plus 10 seconds move. Better confirm that. They play 2 games. So after this one, Pragg will be black, Fabi will be white. And if one player wins that match, they go to the final. Otherwise, it keeps getting the time keeps getting cut off, right? So
Yeah. They go into the final and they confirm their spot into the candidates, which is a lot on the line for these players. There's no pressure, there's no tension of thinking what is going to be Magnus's ultimate decision, how will it all play out. You win this match, you're into the candidates, you're fighting for the World Cup title. So a lot on the line, and the loser of this match will actually go on to play Abasov for the fight for that third spot in the World Cup. Simon, your move on the board. So bishop b6, still defending that e3 rook. And I'm starting to agree with you that even though white has this extra pawn, black's piece activity now, and no chances for white to create play against black's king, it looks like black has more than enough compensation.
Yeah. I heard a rumor, Tanya, that if they keep drawing and it goes all the way to the 3-minute section and they keep drawing there, it turns into a chess boxing fight. And
who do you think is a favorite there?
That's what I was wanted to get to. Yeah.
Before you put me on a spot.
you were so quick there. That was you could see.
I know you well, Simon. I know you well. I knew exactly where this is headed.
Yeah, and you didn't want to answer it. You wanted to put it right back on me. That was clever. That was a clever one. Who is favourite? Well, Fabiano is the older man. I can see him slipping and weaving quite well. But Pragg, I don't know. He's got good posture. His hands are so quick. Let's see him move. Look at that. He's getting ready. You can see he's got the upper guard there. Whoosh! I can see that being a good little right hook there. I think it'd be a very close chess boxing fight. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, as close as the chess fight.
Yeah, it'd probably just be a draw, wouldn't it? Again, it's just everything's a draw.
I think these two are too nice to get into a chess boxing match.
They are, yeah, of course. You don't have to be nasty to chess box, so or box. Just want to clarify that. So, as someone who does boxing.
It's such a brutal format, and just the thought that you have to hurt someone physically. I feel like neither. I can't imagine Fabi or Pragg wanting to have a go at each other. At that,
I don't know. I reckon they got a nasty side to them. Like if you want to be a chess player, it kind of is. It's a brutal sport, right? You have to have some kind of.
What about you, Sai? Because I know I've seen your posts, and I know that you do a little bit of boxing. Is there someone that you'd like to take on in chess boxing?
Many.
Or just boxing?
Just boxing. Just forget about the gloves as well. Many in the world, but let's not go there.
I'm not going to push it by asking. Give us names, Sai. Give us names, Sai.
That's for another time.
For another stream. Fair enough. Let's get back to the chess. Although I have to say that I think this is the kind of position that the players can play forever. They've got Pragg now under a minute. Fabi about 2 minutes on the clock. But Fabi down a pawn, complete control on the dark squares. And Pragg really doesn't want to trade on e3 right now, because that last move of Fabi, it's again got ideas. It's eyeing that b2 pawn, rook e3, d takes e3, would have attacked the queen as well as won that b2 pawn. So Pragg, bishop c4, I think he wants to start pushing the pawns on the queen side. Will he play the safer pragmatic b3, or will he go all out with b4 and trying to gain more space, get that bishop from b6 dislodged from that square?
Good question. Yeah, I suppose black can just play something like a5 here, just to take the possibility of b4 away. But maybe black wants to keep this square for the bishop at some stage. I mean, it's weird because white actually has the extra pawn, but I'd still much rather be black here, because black has these little pawn breaks. Okay, he does go a5, just stopping white's idea. For example, if you ever imagine the black pawn getting to h4, I think the position becomes a little bit dangerous, right, for white there. And the same goes if there's a well-timed g5. So it should be a draw, but it's more drawish for black, I feel, this position. Maybe. Yeah. Little bit.
We were just a couple of moves ago, we were talking about how it's more equal for white, and now we kind of just changed that up to more draw for black than it is for white.
It's the same kind of thing, isn't it? I think equal draw. It's Yeah, it's a good
It
question.
might be time now. Simon, maybe it's time for White to actually start thinking about trading on E3, rook E3, D takes E3, because you might have the moment to actually go C3.
Oh,
Block
wow.
that. It's on the board, by the way.
Wow.
C3, D4 coming in, and I'm really blunting your bishop, and I might start targeting your E3 pawn. Suddenly, remember, king is a piece in even this position. Queen E2, king F3. I can imagine a scenario where the E pawn is under trouble.
100%. Well, this might be equalish, but
Under pressure.
it's pressing down on me, and just helping you out finish those lyrics there. And is that actually the lyrics? I'm not even sure it is, but you're right. I mean, this Pragg, and you can see the speed which he played there. Tanya, he played this so quickly, and if he can round up the E pawn, it's going to be a 2-pawn advantage. And look, the queen comes in.
You know what he wants to do? He wants to go king F1, king E2 next, and then go D4.
Oh, and then just gobble that pawn. Ooh, careful, Fabiano. What did Fabiano do wrong there? I think he just allowed the C3 move at the wrong time, right?
Yeah, but then queen F1 was so sneaky. That move with the queen retreat from F2 to F1, just making sure that the queen doesn't come under threat once you trade on E3. It's so easy to just kind of rush through the motions in that position and actually not understand the idea until it appears on the board, and then it's too late.
Yeah, no, you're right. And now black doesn't really have any counterplay. I love your idea of maybe getting the king to this square, and he's going to go for it. Again, great minds think alike. Get the king on E2, go D4, and win a second pawn. Could be a draw still because the opposite kind of bishops, but one thing is clear. Fabiano is going to have to fight extremely hard now to get the draw. Because this pawn, I can't see how you're going to save this pawn.
Yeah.
D4
I don't even think
at the right moment.
I don't believe that it's any more equal for White. I think White has some serious chances here.
I agree.
So, I mean, if you can win that second pawn, the E3 pawn, that's bad news for Black. I mean, the defensive task just gets harder. And I don't see a way for Black to actually hold on to it.
No.
He's trying to create some play. Queen B7. Look at the speed with which Pragg plays. He goes B3, defends it. No way for Black's queen to get counterplay. And D4 is coming next.
This is looking really good for Pragg, and you may also switch things up, Tanya, and start even playing your queen on the offensive as well. You know, you D4 I like, that's a great move, but maybe the queen is well placed on E4 in some positions. And this pawn, it looks to me like it's going to drop. This is okay. Is Black going to try to get around D4 C5? That is committal. Now you can go for this ending, but maybe more to the point is D5 here. Get a pass pawn.
But I think Fabi realizes that he needs to do these things. He needs to try to create a little mess on the board because Pragg is down to seconds and it's his best chance to create complications. And a cross has been awarded to that last move, but Pragg still maintains the advantage. I think we can ignore that evaluation because D5 is such a human move to play.
Yeah, and now queen takes e3. I think d5 was actually the best move. The computer maybe doesn't realize that some of these endings are actually a draw, the opposite colored bishops, but this gives white much better chances than the ending because the queens get exchanged, the white king can come this way, and I think that's a winning position. So black has to keep the queens on. I mean, this is actually, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm just thinking Pragg is winning. As simple as that. It's two pawns.
Two pawns. How's he making progress? What's the plan here for white to make progress in this position, Simon? Fabi has taken control of the d pawn. It can't advance anymore. What does white do next?
Well, I think at some point you obviously defend your weak point. So let's put the bishop on c6 and put our king on c4. I think this idea of putting the king on c4, threaten to win a third pawn, and you might even have queen e5, just going for a very good ending. I mean, king d3 looks
coming. It's happened. King d3, king on the hill there. King d3, king c4 ideas. Will this king win a second pawn in this game? And I think what Fabi wants is to go queen f5. Some desperate attempts. It's trying to create counterplay. I just really don't see the play in the position though.
No, this is a third pawn. You know, you take there queen f5, king c4, and the great thing that white has is this square for the queen. So here, okay, he's playing it another way around. So this is also very clever because queen f5 is not check anymore. So black has to go on defensive, and you could even go like queen e8 and tie black to defense now. But I don't know. I don't know. Should he have taken that one? Look at the bar though. The bar thinks this is game over. I mean, it's not as easy these things, because if
you continue the march, you go king b5 as well and start attacking the a5 pawn. Things could get really crazy. Instead, he plays queen e4 again, just playing on those light squares, and things are getting tricky for Fabi. He's down to 15 seconds. And Fabi trying to create those chances. He's trying to trade off on the king side, making some weaknesses. If you take on f4, there's a potential check on f1 that can be dangerous.
Yeah, this is great try, and this has happened. Let's just keep an eye on the game now, because the time as well is getting very sharp. They are banging out the moves, and I think Fabiano realizes that his position is bad, very bad here. So he's just trying to get his queen into the position, and he does. At the end of the day, Pragg is 2 pawns up here. He's simply 2 pawns up. What is the time situation? I'm trying to have a look, and
15 seconds for Pragg. And he just made the move king b5. The king has marched all the way from the king side. It was on g2, Simon. It went, if you can show it with the arrows, the kind of king dance that we've seen in this game. From g1 to f1 to e2 to d3 to c4. Now all the way up on b5, collecting pawns along the way. What a route this king has. And it's been sort of the superstar in White's game right now.
It has. And if when he takes that a pawn, this could be a game winner, the pawn. And is he going to take it now? I think he's just going to take it. He's only got 12 seconds left. So this is why Fabiano is moving quickly. He's playing in a bit of a hustler's kind of way. You know, he's just trying to make it as complicated as he can. And yes, black can win another pawn, but there's no stopping this a pawn. You can't do anything, I think, about Harry coming up the board. Simple as that. The bishop defending the queening square. This pawn's kind of irrelevant, because for black to queen, it takes just too many moves to get those pawns up the board. So it's Harry, the a pawn, I feel, who's going to win this first game.
You can't even imagine to trade the queens in this position. If you have to take the g3 pawn, you have to do it with the bishop, and then just hope and pray that the bishop is in time to come back to b8 to take control of that a7 square, stop that a pawn from getting there, and start pushing your own h pawn. But let's not forget, there's Derek, the d pawn as well. That's going to be equally dangerous.
That's right. I mean, he maybe could have pushed the d pawn then, but then after check, it becomes quite complex. So, but how is Fabi going to stop the a pawn? He's got to get his queen back around.
E7?
Only way. Yeah, his queen's got to come back passive now. But when the queen comes back, it's going to be passive forever. Queen a7, your move. Queen e7 is played, and now the white queen needs to improve its position. Maybe head for d7. Maybe get into the d7 square, because actually exchanging queens now will be an easy win. This is clever, isn't it, Tanya? We're going to try to get in there with a check. You want to block the queen's route to a7. So queen g4 looks so strong. I think Pragg's going to take this first game, Tanya. He must be taking this now.
There's been 4 draws between these two players. Close matches, close fights. And right now, Pragg is on the brink of taking the lead in the match for the first time. Gives a check, king h6. The a pawn still can't move forward. So is he going to try and offer queen trades from d7? You have to watch out for checks on e2. It just feels like White's king should be still safe after a move like c4. He's going in for it. He goes for queen to c8. It allows a check on e2, but maybe it's just a check. And black doesn't really have a follow-up if White just continues even getting his king further into the game with king b6.
Yeah, I like it. The queen comes in straight away. And as you say, there is only one check, and the white king might just march forwards. Look at the time. They're both so short. So the bishop moves, and now maybe queen d7, because this a pawn, the only thing stopping it is the black queen. So you just block the black queen's route. There might be other ways to win. You might even better block it with a bishop, but keep it simple. Offer the exchange of queens. He's played it. Get the queens off the board, and the check is forced. There was nothing else. Fabiano has to keep the queens on the board. Yeah,
and he wants to go bishop e3 check, but White's king is safe on b7 as well. There's no need for White to panic.
I love this b4 move. Just keep any lines closed. Keep the b file closed rather than grabbing a pawn, and the white king will sit very happily there. Just avoid queen b8 checkmate, and you'll be all right, because a7, a8. This is getting near the end. And where'd you put the king?
is.
You might even be able to put it on b5. They both win. Both squares.
You could just go
look so
king
strong.
b5.
Yeah.
And he's done it. King b5. There's no check on the board. a7 is coming up. Pragg knows it. And Fabi down to 13 seconds on the clock. Pragg is about to take the lead in his semi-final against Fabiano Caruana.
This is brilliant stuff from Pragg. And you can tell from his body language, he just had one chance in this game. And that pawn is coming through. And he took the chance straight away. As soon
Look at that.
as he was able to swap the rooks, he just grabbed it. He's playing such
And white
brilliant
can
chess.
queen. White can queen, but then it allows a couple of checks, and Pragg is just calculating. He's taken a pause. He's trying to think what happens if he queens. He's gone for it. Black goes c3, and now white has to find the right square for the king. Will he go forward with king b6? Put that king on b7. It looks absolutely safe to me, Simon. Once it gets closer to the queens, king b6, king b7, I think is the way to go here.
I agree, and he's going for that because you want to keep your king on the light squares because your opponent has the dark square bishop. At the end of the day, you're a queen up. This pawn, I mean, okay, it's still a little bit complex because that is coming down the board, but it's white's turn to start checking very soon. Queen f8
Look at the tension
on the agenda.
on these two players. Simon, they're sweating right now.
I would be sweating as well
Oh
if I was
my
playing
God.
this game, but it's not over. Let's just remind everyone, if Pragg wins this one, it means that Fabiano has a chance with the white pieces to level the score in the next game, but he's got his king there, and now c2. So how do we win it? Queen f8 check looks like the way to me. Go for mate, 2 queens. You can't stop 2 queens
And that's
attacking.
it. He resigns.
He's done it. Brilliant
Fabiano
play.
Caruana loses his first game in the FIDE World Cup, and it's at the hands of 18-year-old Praggnanandhaa. Fabi in a must-win situation in the final game of 10+10 to force a playoff. Praggnanandhaa needs a draw to advance to the finals, to play against Magnus Carlsen, to fight for the World Cup title.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff, and it might not even come down to chess boxing at this rate. Really, really.
You sound disappointed.
Well, I'd love to see the match, but probably more than the chess even. I don't know why. It's a bit weird. But what a great game by Pragg there. And I just want to, think about that one moment. He seemed to be a little bit he seemed to be okay, quite equal. And then it seemed to be a little bit worse. But he just took his opportunity and he realised he had an opportunity. You could see his body sort of perk up, couldn't you, Tanya, when he was able to swap the rooks off and win that second pawn. And then he just converted quite brilliantly there. He's playing so well, Tanya, Pragg, at the moment. He's impressive, incredibly impressive.
Simon, I'm going to admit it, my heart's beating so fast right now, and I know this is a huge moment for Indian chess fans. The fact that Pragg takes the lead in this match, he needs a draw to make it to the finals. He's 18 years old. He's on the brink of making history. The first Indian player to make it to the finals since this format of the World Cup, since 2005. And that's really something incredible. And I can just imagine the amount of support and the amount of rooting that is going on right now in 1.3 billion people's hearts right now. And Pragg, he's got his 1 foot in, but Fabi, you just can't write him off. If anyone can make a comeback right now, it's him. Pragg needs only a draw, and I'm kind of shaking a little bit.
Yeah, that's good. We shaking Tanya is a good Tanya. Excitement of the chess going on, and it is really, really exciting. And Pragg is just playing so well, right? Fabiano also. He's been playing nearly perfect chess, and he only made one slight mistake there, Tanya, but that was enough. And at the level they're both playing at, Tanya, it is just the smallest of margins, and Pragg capitalizing on that was just brilliant, impressive.
Just brilliant stuff, and an all-important final game in the 10+10 coming up. Can Fabi make a comeback and take it to 5+3, or will it be a Magnus Carlsen versus Praggnanandhaa final at the World Cup? Pragg needs only a draw. You don't want to miss this game that's coming up in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you would see in many players.
Welcome back, everyone. Fasten your seatbelts. This is the moment. Fabiano Caruana is in a must-win situation. He has to win with the white pieces. Will Praggnanandhaa be the youngest ever finalist of the FIDE World Cup? He needs only a draw in this one. But Fabi starts with white. His task is clear. A draw is as good as a loss for him. He's going to come out all guns blazing, Simon.
Certainly is. He has to. He has to win this game, Fabiano, and he is a true champion, Fabiano. So we can expect an absolute bloodbath on the board. And as usual, Fabiano starting with his favourite move, e4, as predicted. And we're getting, well, the theme of this match. I expect the Italian. Is he going for it? He is going for the Italian. We've seen this many, many times before. But so far, it must be mentioned that Fabiano has not managed to break down the defences of young Pragg. So they're playing very quickly now. This must all be theory, and it will slow down soon, and we'll concentrate on the position then. But these are all pretty normal moves so far at the moment.
I'm surprised to hear that, because Italian, sure, but b4, a4, queen b3 early on by Fabiano Caruana, that just, I think, is a decision taking on given the match situation. It's not the usual way that we see white continuing in the Italian. So Fabi going aggressive early on. Simon, it's been a tournament where Fabi hasn't lost a single game until the last one. No one has been able to break Fabi. And it was this last game with the white pieces. Praggnanandhaa did what seemed impossible. It was so impressive to watch that. But this one, he needs to keep things under control. One thing's for sure, that Fabi is going to take every single chance that he gets to complicate the game. And I think he's already made his intentions clear by expanding on the queen side.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a bit peculiar, isn't it? Going so early with these moves. And I think one interesting moment is also when this knight of Pragg's came back. I mean, I just want to go to that point in this position, because I'm sure a lot of people watching would be like, whoa, hang on a minute. Why are you undeveloping your move? Are you setting up the pieces because you're so confident you're going to win this game? You're getting ready for the next match, getting ready for Magnus Carlsen. And this move, knight b8, is actually a very standard idea in these kind of Italian Rule Lopez positions, because you want to often put your pawn on c6, control this central square, and the knight can come around this way later on. So that shows very good understanding of the position from Pragg. And he does play c6. The queen just allows this bishop a square on b3. And Pragg playing very principled, Tanya, expanding in the center of the board there. And now offering a pawn. No, c3 will be on pre if that pawn is taken.
Very often, even if black couldn't capture that c3 pawn, which in this case you can, but even winning that bishop pair with all the activity offers a lot of compensation. But for now, there is a direct tactical repetition that if white gets greedy with the d5 pawn, not only does black end up winning the bishop pair, but also grabs the pawn on c3 back. So the d5 pawn is defended for now, and you're completely right. Pragg has taken a principled approach. He's not playing it safe. He's not just trying to wait and see what Fabi does with white. He's not saying, you know what, Fabi, you need to win this game. Show me what you got. He's playing according to the position. And I think that is the right approach when you're playing against the best player in the world, one of the best players in the world. And a5 is the move of choice. So Fabi trying to get as much space as he can on the queen side. But there is tension along in the center of the board. And at some point, one of the players will have to decide which way they want to take it. Does black capture on e4, or will white be the one to take on d5?
Yep, at some point this has to be resolved. I mean, maybe there's also a D4 idea, but it's gonna. Yeah, I what I've gathered from these kind of middle games, from what I've seen at the top level, is the players often they try to keep the tension in the middle for as long as they can until there's a very good reason to make an exchange. So, for example, you often give something away. I like this move. You keep the tension. You bring the bishop into the middle. You maybe don't want to take on e4 because obviously now you can take on e6, but you would open up this diagonal. So it's often about just keeping that tension. And black defends the pawn on e5 that white threatened. Black has now completed his development. You can see Pragg very energetically. He's kind of like rocking, right, Tanya? And I guess, I mean, what must he be feeling now?
Oh.
I mean, I know he's the ice kid. He's so calm. But he must be nervous, right? You can't fail to be nervous. Is he using that and turn it into positive energy? I guess he is, right?
I think nerves and tension is sort of, it comes with the package, right? It comes with the territory. To be at this stage, it's all part of it. And these players know very well how to deal with it. And we see the best in them come out in moments like that. We're seeing both players have about the time that they started with. So you can sense the confidence, the familiarity with the position, and Fabi develops the bishop to b2. Pragg slows down a bit, or has he made a move already after bishop b2? Yes, he does bring the rook to the center of the board. The other rook can land on the d line, and one just feels like there's a lot of harmony in black's pieces. Rook d8, everything's centralized, everything's compact. He's managed to get that d5 break in, gain space over there. I like black's position so far.
It's looking very safe for Pragg at this moment in time. And I say at this moment in time because what will happen in these kind of positions, it just springs to life at some moment. One side will have to play a break. Even a move like d4 is something you consider. There's all this tension just in the middle. And at some point, it just opens up, right? But I agree with you, Tanya. So far, black's pieces are very harmonious. I mean, his knights are guarding the center. The bishops are fine. They're guarding some squares, and he's bringing his rooks to the middle of the board. So very, very nice play. You can now use the f8 square as well. Potentially the bishop will come back there, so the rook has more range. And ideally, he would love to get the knight to this square, but as soon as that knight moves, you lose a bit of contact with e5, so you have to time that well. And in the meantime, we see Fabi just playing h3, nearly always a useful move in these types of positions, just guarding some squares over there. But this is going to be a hard one for Fabi to win, but there is a lot of tension, and that's what he needs. No exchanges, tension in the position, and he's got that, Fabi, at the moment.
There's a lot of tension on the board. Not a single set of pieces has been traded off. Not one pawn has been traded off. And again, you're kind of asking your opponent to be the one that blinks first with this pawn stare off in the middle of the board. If white recaptures, that's great for black. If black recaptures, that's great for white. White simply picks it up with the pawn and then starts rerouting the knight. It's freer play. So I think it works for both these players to try and keep this situation as it is for as long as possible. And I'm just wondering if it's time for white to reroute the knight. You go knight f1, you bring that knight to g3, start thinking about maybe knight h4, knight f5, trying to step into that f5 square as well. Knight f1 on the board. Rook d8 is the first move that comes to my mind. It's just a move that kind of develops the rook, puts it at a nice square, and the white can continue with his own plan.
Yeah, the move I might be attracted to here now, Tanya, now that the bishop is defended and I only need a draw, is it time to make some exchanges in the middle? I mean, I know you don't want to break the tension, but exchanges get me nearer to a draw. So let's say I took on e4.
I would be very tempted to take on e6 before I take that pawn back. And the reason for that is that after bishop e6, if you take the knight on f3, I have bishop f7. So you kind of have to let's just show that really quickly. And I think this works in white's favor. So you have to recapture on e6. And why I wanted to trade this bishop at this point is that after rook e6, I now take back on e4. And I love that my knight has a square on f5. It's just something that I can play for. Knight e3, knight f5.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it's a very committal decision for Pragg to take on e4, and I feel that if he didn't need to draw, he probably wouldn't go for this. But this position should be okay for him. But I do prefer white, even no matter what the evaluation bar says, because you have this kind of space advantage here. And it does look a little bit clumsy, this rook on e6. So will he go for this? Well, he's played a move. Let's see what he's played. And he hasn't done that. He's just played the move a6. Another capital decision, though, because now b6 is more exposed. You could see that square at some point later on being used by a white piece. So that's kind of like a wait and see move, right? What are you going to play, Fabiano? I'm just going to wait here, see what your plan is. And Fabiano brings another piece into the middle of the board. They're building up, maneuvering very slowly here at the moment.
Yeah, it's sort of like just, again, keeping the tension on. Both players playing moves that are useful. A6 also stopped any further advance of the A pawn, any further advance of the B pawn, just blocks down the queen side for any further activity that Fabi could have been thinking of. Fabi, meanwhile, just preemptively puts the rook on D1 so that whenever the center opens up, by the way, it has now, the decision has been made to resolve it with D takes E4. The rooks are nicely placed on the D line. And look at that. Pragg going for such a direct approach. He breaks again with c5, trying to clarify the situation as much as possible.
Yeah, this is a nice idea, c5, I think. Again, sometimes I see moves and I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't have played that. And that's a really clever move. I mean, the point of this move is quite clear that if you take on c5, black gets a fantastic square, most likely for his knight. So you don't want to take on c5, allowing the black knight this amazing square it can never be moved away from. So if you don't take on c5, black is threatening to win on b4, but also he's threatening to go c4 as well. So it's a real multi-purpose move, this c5. Yeah.
And Simon, you know, they say life makes sense backwards in retrospect. Just makes sense backwards in retrospect. This move c5, it just suddenly shows why a6 was played. Because without this pawn on a6, white would have the option to actually push this b pawn to b5 and gain more space on the queen side. So Pragg played a6 with this idea that when he trades on e4, he wants to get the c5 break in.
Yeah, it's worth showing. So in this position, this was actually a much deeper point than I appreciated, because if he'd have gone for the same idea of c5 straight away, there is the option of b5 there. And okay, maybe black still has c4, but why allow this? Why allow this option? You don't need to allow this. And a6 just stops that idea. And I like your little saying, it's easy to see things backwards, right? Life backwards. It's like that Benjamin Button, right? If only we had hindsight, right? Hindsight would be so nice, so many changes. But I suppose life would be a bit boring in hindsight, would it? I don't know.
Takes away the adventure of it, but it makes us understand these moves so much better now, and why Pragg played the seemingly a6, which kind of didn't make sense a couple of moves ago, but now does. Now makes perfect sense. Fabi decides to trade on e6. The drawback of the move c5 is that it does weaken some light squares. So taking away that bishop that controls those light squares for Fabi, I think it makes a lot of sense. The knight from f1 can't just... Or can you go knight e3? Because I just realized that after knight e4, there's a nice little trick with knight d5.
This is the move that white would very much like to play, right? There's a weakened square there in the center of the board that the pawn's now not defending. And if you could kaplonk your knight in that square, you'd be very happy. And as you pointed out, Tanya, knight takes e4 is not possible from black, because white gets everything he wants, attacks the queen, wins the piece. But there is another pawn that I think black might have the chance to grab, and he might be able to grab that pawn on b4. This bishop, actually a little hidden assassin there, helping out the pressure on the queen side. So knight e3, in an ideal world, this would be the way that white could get an edge. But can he ever get this idea in?
It might be coming up because he's played queen b3. So I completely missed the fact that it's not only the e4 pawn, but the b4 pawn hangs as well. So Fabi first defends the b4 pawn with queen b3. And of course, the dream is to jump in with the knight to the center. That's what Fabi needs and wants in this position. Knight e3 is now a potential idea that's coming up. But Pragg, he's playing so energetically. He's just not giving white that time to regroup, to get the pieces to the right square. He first went c5 and now he breaks the queen side with b6, forcing Fabi to take a decision. The thing is, Simon, with all these pawn trades, it's white who will be left with a weakness on the queen side. Imagine if something gets traded on b6, the rook steps in, and we can see b4 being a glaring weakness in white's camp now. Huge threats on that pawn. Meanwhile, b takes a5, another pawn is hanging, so white still doesn't have the time to come in with the knight.
Yeah, well explained as always. And this b6 move is a fantastic move. You're just trying to not let white stabilize the position. As you mentioned, white needed a couple of moves to get the knight in, to maybe start taking over some squares in the center of the board. So Pragg, realizing that timing, one of the most important things in chess, is so important here, plays b6. And with the last move, well, you can see that this is simply trying to hold the queen side together, hold the a5 pawn in this position. But it's a slow move. You're moving your rook away from the open file. You're moving it away from its ideal square to a passive square. And black now has a couple of options. One idea here, which I think would be quite tempting, Tanya, is to go c4 and go b5. Just close it down. That can't be a horrendous idea. But I suppose the knight on d7 would be bad. So I was thinking, if you played something like this, you get a bit of a grip here. But I'm also looking at my knight, and the white pawn stopped that knight from developing, and I haven't stopped the white idea of coming there. So that's not the right way to proceed. Maybe, therefore, you open up the queen side, and for that reason, you start looking at these exchanges, taking on b4, taking on a5. Maybe even line your rook up against the queen. That can't be silly either. What has happened? Well, Pragg has taken on b4.
I think rook b8 is coming up. The idea that you mentioned.
Yeah,
the last few moves, the sequence of moves that we've just seen by black, every move has threatened something on the board. Every move has made it difficult for Fabi to continue with his plan. Just very, very combative play by black here. Rook b8, it hits the queen. The queen needs to stay connected to that bishop on b2. You can think about doubling up is queen b7, queen c2. So many tempting moves for black in this position.
Yeah, I mean, even getting this rook to a better square, at the moment it's trapped behind a pawn, so you could just try to move it around. Pragg taking another decision, moving that bishop out. I mean, okay, let's not be too critical of these moves. The times are ticking down, but sensible, to my eyes, that looks quite sensible. Because when the rook attacks the queen, we go for your plan, Tanya. The queen comes to b7, or you can maybe make exchanges at the right time. So this can't be a terrible plan.
I like queen b7 because you hit the e4 pawn, and there's also a tactical trick at some point of going bishop a5. The queen on a2 is overloaded, defending the b2 bishop and the a5 pawn. So Pragg is always eyeing a bishop takes a5 to pick up that bishop on b2, to defend that bishop. Fabi goes rook e2, but now again continuing with the theme of putting pressure on every single move. Rook b5 and the a5 pawn is about to fall.
Tremendous play, right? I mean, throughout this game, Pragg has not given Fabiano a chance to breathe. It's like Fabiano just allow the poor chap to get his knight into the middle of the board. He's not. He's saying, I'm targeting your weakness. I'm activating my pieces. And rook b5, he played that instantaneously. He's on fire. Everything is working so well for Pragg at the moment. And I don't think he can defend this pawn now. So that means Fabiano is trying to get activity. I guess black's safest move here would be to start initiating exchanges. Let's remember, a draw is enough for Pragg to play Magnus in the final. I'd love to see Pragg play Magnus in the final. The way he's playing, well, I know it's Magnus, but he's going to have some chances in that final.
Pragg is on fire. He's setting the board on fire. Just every single move is a move played with an idea, is a move played with motive. Just continues to put pressure on white, offering a trade right now. White needs to try to avoid as many trades as possible. You could go rook d1, but that would just mean that black captures the a5 pawn, hitting the queen on a2. I just don't think Fabi had the opportunity to avoid the trades. He trades with rook c6, queen c6, pins the rook on b5. So at least for now, you can't take it, but black can simply fall back with the queen. I like the square queen b7 because you keep the eye on that e4 pawn, and you're threatening rook a5 because the queen also defends the bishop on b4.
Agreed, yeah. And I mean, white's trying everything in this position because, there are little tricks here. You can't take this pawn here. Well, I mean, maybe, sorry, you could maybe take that pawn, actually. I mean, I was thinking there was some tricks, but this would have got overly complicated after some exchange on e5 using the pin there. But simple is good. And queen b7 just gets out of the way of that pin so your rook can move, and you keep that pressure there. You stop anything capturing there because now your rook is defending it. Simple is good. The threat knight takes e4 is still around in this position. So white defends that pawn with his knight, and Pragg moving so quickly as well. Look at his time. He just grabs the pawn. He goes a pawn up in the position.
He defends one pawn but loses the other. Pragg has got a clearly better position up an extra pawn, and now he falls back with that bishop to f8. The idea is that when white jumps in with the knight to f5, you have your 8-6 pawn guarded, so you can actually kick that knight out of f5 with a move like g6. Now that the bishop from f8 actually defends the 8-6 pawn, so it kind of takes the poison out of knight f5.
Yeah, and you just got this extra pawn now. I mean, Pragg is outplaying Fabi, and I think it's that body language. You can tell just how with it he is in this game. The simple plan now, Tanya.
Simon, it feels like the opportunity of his life. He's taken the lead against world number 3, against Fabiano Caruana. He's only a draw away to fight for the title of the World Cup.
Yeah. It's a big title, isn't it, as well, the World Cup. I mean, that is a massive one. I mean, Pragg, he's in the candidates now. And we've seen on the Champions Chess Tour, Tanya, Pragg beating Magnus on a couple of occasions in that Champions Chess Tour. He's very, very capable. He's going from strength to strength. How old do you say he was, Tanya? Was he like
he just
20?
turned 18 during 18. The World Cup.
Oh, blimey. He's too young. He's too young to be playing so well. And he's playing such mature chess at the moment. This is not over, though. Yeah. Because let's see how he deals with that pressure of knowing he should not lose this game. He now knows that he should be in the final, and that can start playing tricks on the mind. Fabiano is a gladiator. Fabiano is a fantastic player, and he's created a threat to win a central pawn here. So there's still lots of fighting to be had in this position.
I couldn't agree more with you. It's not over till it's over when you're playing against Fabiano Caruana. Now, more than ever, Pragg needs to keep his focus, his calm, and his composure. Undoubtedly, he knows that he's close to it, but he can't let that psychological battle get to him of thinking about that. He has to just focus on the board, play the next moves. He goes for knight c5. I was thinking he'll just simply defend that e5 pawn, putting that bishop to d6. But Pragg continues to play energetically. Knight c5 does allow Fabi some chances of opening up that bishop. Bishop takes e5. What does Pragg have in mind for this? Does he simply want to grab on e4? But Simon, wouldn't you say that that trade of the e-pawns favors Fabi a little bit, who's really looking for any hope to hold on to?
It's starting to get messy, Tanya, with that last move, and I don't think Pragg really want to exchange these two pawns off the board, because you open up the rook for white, you open up the bishop for the right for white as well. This bishop d6 move you wanted to play, I think he was just scared about knight f5, but this may have been okay. After the game continuation, knight to c5, yes, bishop takes e5 now played, and I think he has to take here. I'm not sure with which knight, maybe the f knight, but white's pieces are getting a little bit of energy now. Energy on the diagonal towards black's king. Energy with the rook, maybe threatening to come to the back rank. The white knight might be able to also increase pressure there. So this is a key moment in the game now. Can Pragg contain this counterplay that Fabiano has generated by capturing? And there's a big threat, of course. You have to do something with your knight. Which knight do you take on e4 with, I think is the question, right?
Or do you go rook b1? Do you think he's also considering of throwing in, flicking in rook b1, hitting that queen first before he grabs e4?
yeah, rook b1 also looks very tempting. The rook nicely active on that file. So you've got 3 tempting moves. Take with either knight or rook to b1. He's trying to calculate through them at the moment. He's getting ready to move. He's under 5 minutes now, but Fabiano is under 3.5 minutes as we speak. And we might wait for him to move. Let's have a look. I mean, this knight, I think, will be my preferred choice because I want to avoid any options of white taking that knight, and my g7 pawn is defended. Has he gone for it?
He's reaching out for the pawn. Which knight is it going to be is the big question. He goes for your idea, Simon. He keeps that c5 knight active, which can jump into b3, can jump into d3, and he picks it up with that f knight. Nice job by that bishop on f8, keeping the king side defended. Fabi jumping in with his own pieces. Knight f5 on the board.
A very tempting move to play. Let's forget about that evaluation because this is the move I think most players would play. You create a threat. You create a threat of bishop takes g7 when you want to get rid of the bishops, and that sneaky queen will come in. But it is Pragg's move. Where's he going to go? He's coming in. Is he coming in? Oh, I thought he was going to come forwards there. That looked much more aggressive. Try to get rid of that bishop with some tactics there of bringing the rook down. But this seems like a sensible defensive move, just defending that weak point. Really complex, this position, though, Tanya. I mean, this is scary stuff.
And I think even though the bar says that black is clearly better, there is pressure on black as well. With the queen and the bishop lined up, the knight on f5, it's really a game for all 3 results right now. Queen a4, it hits that knight on e4. Black can, I think... Pragg will most likely fall back with that knight to c5, hitting that queen, but that does allow the white queen to step over to the king side. And I think that's why he takes the decision to try and trade off as many pieces as possible. Pragg needs only a draw. He doesn't need to make things complicated. And I think that explains the move knight to g5. Get rid of as many pieces as possible. Fabi not making that easy. Knight d4 hits the rook.
There's so many pieces flying around here, and of course it's so easy to see that these moves are generating mistake marks, but with such a complex position it's really hard for a human to work their way through it, and all the moves played are understandable. We could just go back to this last move. This knight coming to c5, well, I can understand not playing this because you don't want to allow another white piece to get nearer to your king. For a human, really hard to play like this, even if the computer likes this way. So he kept his knight near his king, meaning he blocks any queen coming over. And Fabi now centralizes his knight. Another, what looks to me like a good move. And do we have anything else on the board? We have, let's just see what happened there.
We have trades.
No. Oh, we had a trade on g5, did we? The board went a little bit wrong there. So knight takes g5, knight takes g5. But this is still a very scary position. These pieces, they're looking dangerous around black's king with a queen maybe coming over. I'd probably just put the queen on g4 here, Tanya, with ideas of h4 blasting through to black's king. Like you said, 3 results very possible in this position.
I like queen g4. I also like offering more trades with a move like knight d6, forking the queen and the rook, forcing black to actually trade his bishop for white's bishop. But I think for Fabi, it's kind of important to keep pieces on the board. I would love to get rid of that dark squared bishop for Pragg because it's such a key defender in the position. But I like your move queen g4 more right now, just getting the queen into the attack as well.
It seems for a very human move, this queen g4, because but it's Pragg's move here. So what actually happened? Let's just see.
No, knight g5 was played. I think. Oh.
So I'm just trying to work out why. What has happened to the board here? Okay, it looks like we've had a little bit of a mistake with the board. Knight takes g5, knight takes g5, and Fabi now played queen d4, and that queen could have lined up directly against the king. Centralizing it seems sensible, and Pragg now had quite a deep think here, and he played his queen to d5. He really wants to get the queens off the board, but is there a capture on g7? I don't think there is. I think this is an excellent move. Because, if the queens come off, Tanya, Pragg gets nearer to simplifying his way.
Look at that. Fabi
the
now
queen
goes
comes
queen
over.
g4, and that is a sign of sort of accepting that he messed up a little bit. I think he just thought that queen d5 is perhaps not possible because g7 was hanging, but the tactics work out in Pragg's favor. Fabi cannot afford to trade queens. He can't allow that, so he keeps that pressure on the board. Queen g4 played. Now there's a threat. White wants to go either h4 or f4, kick that knight out, and then knight h6 becomes a reality because the g7 pawn is pinned.
That's right. I mean, we could show that if a5, h4 is a very big threat here, and let's say that knight ever moves away, what is suddenly going to be disasters happening to Black's king with this knight just breaking down the defense. So this is the idea. You want to get rid of the knight, and Pragg would have to think very carefully.
Do you go king
about how to
h7?
defend.
Is that a move? Do you just simply sidestep king h8, king h7? Maybe not king h8 because it's still pinned. You go knight h6, but maybe king h7?
Maybe king h7 is a good possibility to stop that. This is also tempting because that bishop was so strong and you're trying to force the issue. And this move, if it works, could just be good, Tanya.
Yeah.
Because the bishop can't move because you take the knight. So this move, the move that could end the match. The problem with this move, you weaken your king a little bit more. So you have to be very confident that a move like knight takes f6 check doesn't work. For example, White could try this. If you capture here, you capture on this square, but there's a great move here. The king on h2 is exposed, and Black, rather than defending against what could be a dangerous attack, can now play queen d6, and you don't just pick up one piece, you pick up the second piece, and your king remains very safe. So f6, what a move. And does
Super stuff.
Fab have anything here? What's the time? He's got to think of something soon. His clock is ticking.
But maybe there is nothing here because, like you said, the knight on f5 is hanging. You can't move the bishop. The only other alternative that you have is to go for the knight on g5. You start with the counter offense. I was thinking h4, but Fabi chooses to move f4 with the same idea. With no move with the bishop, you need to attack that knight on g5. As we pointed out, if the knight moves, you've got knight h6, but there is one square where the knight can move now. Does he have the option to go knight f7? Keep that h6 pawn defended.
Yeah, it's really complex here, as you say, and I love your move. This knight is attacked. You can think about taking the bishop, but that gets really messy. If the knight comes back here, you stop knight takes h6 because your knight defends that square. But even here, you have to calculate things like bishop takes f6 when the only
then
move...
you have queen f5.
That's right. You can just play it in time and your key point is defended. But calculating your way through this is not easy when you're under 1 minute. This is like a bullet game now. He's got to find a very clever move now, Tanya. Knight f7 seems to be it, but I don't think that's easy. Is he going to play it?
Simon, when you play f6, he doesn't. He picks up the bishop on e5. Oh my god, and the bar shoots up. It is a mistake because it allows all these complications and the opening up of the G line. Fabi suddenly has play. For now, the good news for Pragg is after that move e4, he's still attacking that knight on f5.
Yeah, I mean, he's maybe not picked the best line, but I think he's trying to keep it as safe as he can. And he's relied on this e4 move with the pressure along the 5th rank. If the knight moves, he's going to eliminate that pawn there. I don't know, but this must be giving Fabiano some chances still. Fabiano also getting under a minute. Keep an eye on the clocks here. Pragg is in big time trouble here at this point in the match. What do you play though? Do you have a tactic here? I mean, the first thing is knight takes h6. Does that work? I'd be looking at that straight away.
You're looking at that, but you immediately realize that it doesn't work because after capturing that knight, Black always has the option to block the check with the queen. You've got this move queen g5 and the queen comes on to defend everything. Meanwhile, if you don't go in for knight h6, because I do think it would lose on the spot, Simon, let's say you defend this knight on f5 with a move like rook f2. How do you respond to queen e5 check? It's such an unpleasant check to deal with because you can't come back with your king. The rook from b5 steps into b1 and Black's the one getting to White's king first. And if you're forced to step back with your knight from f5 or offer a queen trade to block the check, that is bad news for White.
Well, he has gone backwards. He's moved his knight back, and this at least stops any check. The white king very safe. And white's idea is, if he gets one more move, to take on h6, continuing the attack. And the knight has ideas to remove itself around this way. But the dark squares, they seem quite weak in white's position. It's incredibly complex, though. Still 3 results on the table here. He's gone queen takes g5, a human move, trying to get the queens off. White he cannot swap the queens off.
No.
He's got to play queen
doesn't.
e6 here.
He takes the e4 pawn, which is, I think, equally good. You can always give a check on e6, but just one thing that's very important is to not swap queens. And watch out, black doesn't have bishop d6. Can't take advantage to think about pinning and winning, because then queen e6 would be deadly, winning that bishop on d6.
Yeah, so the rook comes back, trying to defend the back rank, and white throwing his pieces forward. So materialistically, there's not really any chance white can win. So white has to go for an all-in attack now. The king gets out of the way of any checks on this diagonal. White's last chance is to coordinate these 3 pieces against the black king. He's trying to get his rook in, potentially on the 6th rank. And other ideas, maybe he can get his knight to g6. You know, he's given it everything he's got. These 3 pieces, trying to work their magic here.
And when you're trying to attack your opponent or looking for tricks, you want that queen and knight combination. So as long as Fabi is able to keep these 3 pieces on the board, there will be chances. But Pragg so far, just absolutely flawless defense. He keeps the pressure going, attacks the queen. The queen has to go to e6, stay connected to that knight. And now Pragg jumping in with the rook, attacking that knight. So he really wants to push white's pieces off the offense. He's forcing white to fall back with the knight, which isn't a happy choice for Fabi.
No, but look at the time as well. They're both now on 20 seconds for Fabi, 23 seconds for Pragg. If that knight goes back, I feel that the initiative is going to dissipate with queen f6.
G4.
Great move. You're all in at this stage, Tanya. You weaken your own king, but who cares? It doesn't matter. You might lose anyway. You've got to play every single tactic you can find. And the queen now comes back because Pragg is trying to find his way to counterattack the white king. Maybe coming around this way, coming around to get there. But does white have anything here? Great defender, the bishop on f8. White grabs the pawn.
He grabs the pawn, and black needs to find a way to start targeting white's king now, because it's Fabi's king that seems a little unsafe in the position. So far, because of the rook on c2, the piece can't get onto the 2nd rank. He moves the rook, so there is a potential check of queen b8 coming in, which could be very dangerous. So Pragg really trying to now find the harmony with his pieces in a way that he can get to Fabi's king.
Yeah, and Fabi moving instantaneously there. They have to move instantaneously. The white king does look more exposed, and black is just giving it as many checks as he can because a draw is enough. Just keep checking the king, try to force your opponent to expose himself more. If the queens come off now, well, you would have thought that would be a draw, but at least white can play that one on. Maybe he has to play it. No, he's moved his king. This is that white king so exposed.
He understands.
Yep.
He understands that it's desperate times call for these desperate measures right now. You can't afford a queen trade. You really don't have the option. A draw is as good as a loss for Fabi. He needs to keep his chances going by keeping the pieces on the board. But the king has nowhere to hide. Pragg just continues to give checks.
10 seconds for Fabi left. I think he's going to have to swap queens. The only way to avoid a perpetual, and let's remember, white has to win, is to play this ending. Of course, this ending should be a draw, but white's a bit better in this ending, right? Because the knight does dominate the bishop. It is a draw. You've got to be careful when you've got no time here. If white can get a pawn to h5 and a knight to g6, for example, there's checkmate ideas. So this is not completely simple to defend. And if you start going passive with rook b8, well, you have to wait there. So he's trying to get rid of this dangerous knight. Should be a draw, but will it be a draw, Tanya?
It's so close to it. And the way Pragg is playing, as you mentioned, you know, he continues to play energetically. He continues to push Fabi's pieces back. I feel, Simon, he's got this. He comes back with the rook. He wants to start giving some check. He can step up with his own king now to defend that g6 pawn, which is under attack Currently, he goes king g7, rook f7, just a compact position of the pieces. I can't imagine Fabi being able to create his chances here.
No, I mean, white is a little bit better, but I mean, how do you win this position? The way you can try to win, try to get your knight to f4. So white can maybe bring the knight to d5, swing it around to f4, because that is the target.
Simon.
Yeah.
Also, maybe he wants to go h5 and try and get his knight to f5 at the right moment. So he is trying to create some weaknesses on the king side. Fabi is still alive in this game.
He is still alive. He's alive and kicking. It might look completely over, but it's not. If the rooks come off, it's a draw. It's a dead draw. If you go check, you can block. So this is a great defensive idea from Pragg. Bringing the rook to f6. That is not an easy line to find. And also, you allow your bishop the d6 square. And that is really clever of Pragg to find this one. But white has this h5, knight f5 idea still hanging there. It's not a dead draw as of yet. Chance is still alive.
It's white's dream, right? To try and get that knight back to f5. Pragg not giving that chance. He goes rook f4. And there are threats of rook e4, hitting that knight, hitting that pawn on g4. Fabi attacking the bishop. Bishop can... Where would you move with the bishop? Do you just maintain it on this diagonal? Go bishop e5, threatening bishop d4. He goes for the knight, so he's offering a rook and pawn ending. Fabi's not going to take it. He's got to defend that. But the problem is you go king f3 here then. But then there's a check, and you can just repeat.
Yeah, I think that this is why Fabi's moved his king to e2. He can't take the draw, so he's had to put his king in a position that's away from the pawns. And the question remains, where does this bishop go? I mean, do you keep it near your king where it's completely safe, bishop f8, or do you centralize it? I might be tempted to just keep it near my king with the time on the board, but he centralized it. Always going for the most active move. This is one of the reasons he's got so far in his competition, Pragg, by playing active, good chess. There is a little threat here, I think, bishop d4, but can white now play h5, Tanya, and try to get something there? There's not many pawns left, though, is there? Realistically, I mean, that shouldn't be enough.
He's looking at it, but how does black respond? After h5, I don't think you want to play g5 ever, allowing knight f5. So a trade on h5 would be what comes to my mind after a move. And I think Fabi has gone for it. h5 on the board. Pragg doesn't have the time to go bishop d4 because rook g6 comes in with a check. I'm expecting g takes h5. But then you have to calculate what happens after knight f5 check.
Yeah.
But he first takes on h5.
He's taken on h5, So there's hardly any material left here. And, well, you really should be pretty safe here, I feel. I'd love to get rid of this knight now. I really want to play bishop d4, but the knight would then move. So how else does he play it? The rook coming back
the only way I see this going wrong for Pragg is if there was like a one move blunder, walking into a fork, walking into something where a piece is hanging. And, you know, it does happen.
It does happen.
We've seen it happen with the very best in the world. As long as there's a knight in the position, it remains tricky. So Pragg trying to get rid of that knight.
Yeah, and Pragg's, I think, going to go for a setup with a bishop on g5 here. And this is quite wise when you've got no time, right? You just want to try to keep your bishop controlling that knight. If you look at the bishop, it's stopping the knight from moving anyway because you take the knight. If you can remove these two pieces, you shake hands. The only try white has is to trick with the knight. So I love what he's done with the bishop, just controlling that knight. And there's a little bit of problems with his king on the back rank, but it shouldn't be a major issue.
And he stops king f5. Pragg goes rook e5, attacking that knight on d5. So not allowing Fabi's king to march in through. And as you said, the bishop stops the knight from coming closer to black's king. So another route all the way. There is a threat on the board. A fork is being threatened.
It is a threat. And, you know, you could make a mistake here, I feel, by allowing the white king to come in as well. So it's I mean, all credit to Fabiano in what looked like a pretty dead drawn position. He's making it tricky, and that's all you can do. You have to make it tricky and hope your opponent makes a mistake. With the king trapped on the back rank, it is nearer a checkmate position. Now the rook stopping the white knight coming in. Maybe he wants rook b7 in some positions and then get his king out. That's the last
I think king d8. King d8 is a threat because Black has ideas of rook d4 check, picking up the knight if white's rook loses contact with the white knight. So king d8, rook c6, king d7, ideas in the air as well. It's a bit of a trap that Pragg has set up. Also notice how the bishop and the rook, the black bishop and the rook, really dominate white's knight. And the knight is struggling to come closer to the king side because of these two pieces. So really great defensive setup here by Pragg. Yes. And the sip of water, the famous sip of water. You know when that happens.
You know
Simon,
what that means?
That's bad news.
That is a confident sip. When you have the water like that, you're like, I've got this one in the bag. And Pragg, he's feeling, I think, a little bit more relaxed now. You're right, though, that sip of water. And I just saw you having a sip of water as well, Tanya. So it's, it does mean you can relax a little bit. And surely now, something like rook here, get the king out of dodge would be one way. And there's other moves as well. The time situation, I think he's pretty safe, right? I think he's got not too much to worry about here. He's just got to hold this and not blunder. Keep the knight out. Get your king to a safer square.
The key is just not to blunder. Yeah. In this position, precision is not required. You've got your perfect setup. You can move the rook along the 4th rank to any square. Rook c5, rook b5, rook a5. You can shuffle around with the king. Just as long as you don't walk into a fork, you're fine.
He's moving his king away from where his pawn is, but that should be okay because this knight, it can't go to c4 because rook e4 would win the knight. And he's just playing against the knight, isn't he? As you say, he's making sure this knight can't get back. This knight can't move anywhere.
Oh, now he can go rook e7, rook e8 and force a rook trade. Isn't that forcing a rook trade? He gives a check first and comes back.
Okay, well, this is also a good way of playing. And I loved your idea there because the rooks come off. That is, you just want to swap pieces off, take any danger out of position. Rook here and rook here. This was really clever. I liked it.
I thought that was a draw on the spot.
Very nice idea. Try to get the rooks off the board. And this is why maybe Fabiano has flicked this check in because he realizes rook's in a bad situation over there. And he's just trying everything. He's putting his rook on the other side now. Another attempt at keeping the game going here.
And he goes with the bishop, rook a7 played. He's put the bishop on e7. So now he's got his own ideas of going rook g5 check, and he's targeting that h5 pawn. Is Pragg trying to win that h5 pawn now? And it's not an easy threat to combat. You give a check. Black simply steps up with the king to f7. And rook g5 is coming up.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, he's okay, well, a bit of repetition of positions there. But is there any tricks now with this pin here? The king comes back.
Oh, my God. Simon, I think that's it. Handshakes. And history is made in Baku as the 18-year-old Praggnanandhaa advances to the finals to fight against Magnus Carlsen for the FIDE World Cup. Fabiano Caruana will play against Abasov in the fight for the 3rd place. What a moment this is for Praggnanandhaa. Taking down Hikaru Nakamura, taking down Arjun Agassi, and today he wins his match against the world number 3, Fabiano Caruana.
Wow. 18 years old. And he is now confirmed to be the 3rd youngest ever player to be guaranteed a spot in the candidates, the way to become world champion, behind Bobby Fischer, the legend of American chess, and Magnus Carlsen. Pragg is walking in their footsteps. We know the final. What a final that's going to be.
Simon, Magnus Carlsen versus Praggnanandhaa. That's going to be insane to watch. But what a tournament this has been for Pragg. What a performance, a power performance today in the tie breaks. The whole match has been incredible, keeping it defensive when the position demanded, and he took his chances. We saw our bracket there. Just a power performance there by the Indian Grandmaster. I'm still shaking from what we just witnessed. Taking that win in that first game and then really holding it with this aggressive play with Black, a draw in the end. Pragg has arrived, and how?
He certainly arrived. I mean, he's been around for a while now already.
Yeah, he's arrived like a while back. That's true.
He did arrive a while back, but he's certainly planted his feet on some very stable squares there. And he's playing Magnus Carlsen for the championships, for the World Cup. And this is like a dream final in a lot of ways, because you got Magnus, the best player in the world, the player who has won everything except for the World Cup. And then you've got Pragg, the youngster, who's beaten Magnus on numerous occasions, who's qualified for the candidates, who's one of the big hopes of Indian chess. They're playing for the title. It's going to be fascinating. But on his way, defeating Fabiano, who's no mug, right? Fabiano's certainly not a mug. He's the third best player in the world. Pragg, though, he's played brilliant chess. Absolutely stunning all the way through.
All the way through, whether it's classical, whether it's speed chess, just impressive, spectacular performance today by Praggnanandhaa, taking down Fabiano Caruana in a match format, a big moment. Also history being made with him being the first Indian to make it to the finals in the World Cup, the youngest player to play the World Cup finals. A lot to fight for, as he will play the world number one. And also, of course, a huge congratulations to Aleksandra Goryachkina, who took down Salimova and becomes the FIDE Women World Cup champion. And there we see the bracket. It has been absolutely a scintillating day of chess. Congratulations to Salimova, Aleksandra, and Anna Muzychuk making it to the 2024 candidates to fight it out for a place in the World Championship match against Zhu Wenjun. Meanwhile, Pragg confirms his spot in the 24 candidates along with Magnus Carlsen. Fabiano Caruana and Abasov will fight for that third place, the coveted third spot, to guarantee a spot into the candidates. And Simon, before we wrap up, for the last time today, I'm going to ask you for your final thoughts on this marvelous day of chess that we just had.
Well, it's been a great day of chess, and we know the winner of the women's event. So congratulations to Aleksandra. We've got to feel a little bit sorry for her opponent, who was one of the heroes throughout the event, Salimova, and she's played some of the most fun chess out of anyone in both of the events. So unlucky to her. But then Pragg getting through against Fabiano, playing fantastic chess. That is something special. He's one of the big hopes of Indian chess, and what a player is, keeping his cool, keeping his mind alert there. And also probably the highlight is obviously commentating with you, Tanya. You know, a real pleasure, and thank you to everyone who's watched us throughout as well.
Praggnanandhaa is in the finals. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Pragg coming up tomorrow for the big fight. It's going to be fantastic. And I've had such a good time calling the action in the semi-finals and the finals of the FIDE Women World Cup. Simon, it's been a fantastic weekend doing this with you. It's a goodbye from Simon and I, but chat, you want to be back tomorrow for all the epic matchups, for all the epic chess that's coming on in Baku. And it will be the amazing duo of Daniel Naroditsky and Peter Lecker, who will be calling the action. You don't want to miss that. It's a goodbye from Simon and I. We'll see you soon.